and this 8 o'clock, and we go here for this daily summary of the day, and we have recalling what has happened. I think I'm gonna give the word to my workmate Judith. Tell me what's going on.
Hello and welcome to a recap on day 5, Sunday the 26th. And we just wanted to not apologise this evening for our technical issues, because we didn't have so many today. We didn't have any in-flights, but we actually managed to start on time, and we were live for, well, the whole task, which was pretty cool for us. So let me just recap on what normally happens here. We have we start broadcasting probably about 45 minutes before half an hour before the start. You can see video interviews that we've taken of the day. You can see a recap from the night before, and then half an hour before the race start, we start broadcasting live and telling you about what to expect from the day. Then we try to bring you goal videos, and 8 o'clock every evening we do a recap, except for tomorrow, because tomorrow is our rest day, and we're going to take the day off, and there will be no broadcasting at all. Everybody's having the day off, not just the competitors, the organisation as well. Okay, so just a quick recap on yesterday and the scores, just because that's pretty relevant to what's going to happen today. So, in task 4 yesterday, Sebastian was first, Michael Gelach from Poland was second, and Ferdinand Vogel from Germany was third. Constance was the first woman, followed by Sarah Lovrek and Magdalena Janaway. And that left the overall scores after 4 tasks at Maxim from France, Sebastian from Britain, and Thielen Segla from Slovenia. In the women's, it was Constance from France, Elisabeth Egger from Austria, and Joanna Kokot from Poland. And the whole overall scores for nations changed not completely. France is still ahead, but followed now by Great Britain and Slovenia, yeah. So that was the scores going into today. And then we had task 5. So.
Okay, so far, well, if we're going right away to the weather, we can talk about even though the expected weather was just mainly northwest and expected also southwest at the end in the higher layers, we could say that we had all the time northwest mostly in all the layers, and it was really interesting to see how the course, the people going to the goal, all the stuff going to the goal, they were reporting southwest, the surface, but we never saw that southwest at all.
No, we didn't.
You know, it was actually in a way it was quite similar to yesterday in a moment when we saw those drift on the course, and then so. Regarding to the weather, I could say we didn't see that much that southwest at all, even though the staff for the people going to the goal, they were reporting southwest at the surface, but not in the air. I think we didn't see any cloud either.
No, none at all. The weather feature for today was that we had Sahara dust blowing in, and it was completely hazy. Visibility was very, very poor. And it affected the thermals quite a lot. Totally.
Basically, that was one of the main issues today for the whole task. And because of that, all the pilots, when we start, I think we can start talking about the task. But basically, this hazy weather was definitely affecting the whole task and the top of thermals and the quality of the thermal and, in fact, everything. So, speaking about the task, we started with like 83 kilometers something, a kind of zigzag on the valley, and finally going towards south. But because precisely the stability of the day after some wind damage that were launched to test, and they said, well, actually it's too stable. Well, we need, and they decided, the race direction decided to delay a bit at the start point. 45 minutes. They put it at 15 to 4. And so this is how it was. And after that, we were witnessing that basically everybody were getting ready for the start point around 1800 or so. And as soon as they started, they were all the time around 15, 16, not much. And actually, very, very little moment along the way, we saw around 2000, but not much. And since then, really soon, when the started, what we saw is Maxim Pinot is trying to control the race just from the start, right? And after that also, because we saw Maxim and of course Thielen, he was with him, trying to be next to each other for that first part of the race. Because of that, Maxim was earning a very good amount of points that basically makes a difference today at the very end of the task. They were permanently drifting and more drifting, permanently southwest, no matter where they were and no matter how high they were. That's what was really important. We had, again, well-known names, Jason Savo, Rui Aguiar, that they were doing what they do. What they know how to do is they sniff around, they push, they completely disengage for any group. But today, for example, Jason, even though he'd made a really brave intention to fly on his own, well, at the end he paid the price. He landed, and Rui, I think she's just trying back and stay protected by the group. And he said, "Okay, today I really want to make myself in goal." Nuno, for example, he was leading a gaggle again in north in an optimal line, and then he arrives on the turn point in the second turn point first, and
and then after that, I mean, basically it was a short task, so they just tagged the turn point and then all turned and just dashed to the next one, turning as little as they could. The next person, the person to first reach turn point 3 was Italian Joachim Oberhauser. And then they turned again and they just blasted down the course. And Honorin Armand tagged the turn point 4 first, again in a big group. But once they actually then turned into the home straight, then it got really exciting.
Absolutely. Because from that moment, Fran, and then I heard a conversation, a video that I saw from him. Fran was permanently higher than anyone, so he was in this control position where you can see others and you're above of them. So that is called control position. And then from that was a moment where they decide, okay, that's my moment, that's my time. So he started with a very strong attack. He made, when I was guessing that only they needed 2 thermal, he made the whole way in 1 thermal and not need anything else. Even he said, my instrument was telling me I'm not going to make it, but he decided to push, and finally he did. And he arrived at the first goal, but finally Maxim was just trying to catch him and hold the distance. But at the end we saw with the result, because even Flymaster, they was telling us that because the leading we're guessing, and we pretty sure that Maxim has won the task. And then I have to say I'm very sad, because the whole Spanish army was behind Fran, and not only the Spaniards, but many pilots. They're taking a big risk, just trying to stop the clock, to try to reach the goal, but they made it so low that they didn't manage to confirm the goal. So because of that, they're not going to get those time points.
Yeah, just going back a moment, because for me, the really exciting thing was Fran was heading out and making, really trying to escape from the gaggle and trying to escape from Maxim. And then he got this thermal, and we think it was the strongest thermal of the day today. And he was in it alone. Other people tried to go to him, but he was just in orbit. And once he then decided to leave it and go to goal, he found a really lifty line. So he was actually climbing as he was coming into goal. So it was like he flew an absolute blinder. And it's, he deserved the first in goal, and he won't win the task because of the leading points. But he was such a superstar. But I'd like to also mention that, so the order into goal was Fran Reina from Spain, Maxime Pinot and Honorine Armand from France. But fourth in was Steve Cox from Switzerland. And we haven't talked about Steve Cox in this competition yet, because we haven't had a chance to really. But let's just remember, Steve Cox was a superstar in the 90s. He was multiple Swiss champion and became world champion in 2005. And he then developed the X-Alps and was the director of that for many years. And he then took 10 years off from competitions. He flew his last Swiss championships in 2010 and then took some time off for his family and came back in 2021. First competition in 10 years. He wins sports class, just like that.
Yeah,
He's obviously never lost it. And I mean, what a man. So we're going to look forward to interviewing him tomorrow. He's not going to...
Tomorrow, no.
No, not tomorrow. But Tuesday, because I tried to interview him this morning, but he hadn't had a great day yesterday, so he's not going to escape me again.
All right. So I think that's made the summarize of the day. So now we're gonna leave you because we're gonna repeat yet again. It's important for us and for all the staff tomorrow. We won't be here. This is rest day for us. So do you want to add anything else?
Yes, we were hoping to bring you videos from the goal today. Unfortunately, there is no internet coverage, no data coverage within 25 kilometers or something. So the guys were rushing back to try and find coverage. They were stopping to try and get the videos to us before 8 o'clock. Unfortunately, we weren't successful. So we're going to have to bring you the videos from tonight's goal on Tuesday, which seems quite late. So we apologise profusely, but we have got no control over the mobile data that is here around us. So we wish you good night.
Yeah.
And we wish you a lovely rest day from us. And us a lovely rest day from you, and we'll see you on Tuesday.
Okay, we leave you as well with some pictures and videos as well from today. But yes, definitely we need that rest, and looking forward to see you again on Tuesday.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So here we are with Dylan from the bridge team. Let me know, what do you find the task today?
It was tricky. Straight from the start we went out with time, and the area to the east really gave a bunch of people immense amounts of altitude in comparison to what we had, which was about 1,200 meters, and they were up to over 2,000. So really last minute, had to skip groups, change over, get high up, and for the rest of the task it sort of followed that theme. We were flying fast but low, we had a low wind to work with, which is perfect, and some decent thermals, but just nothing got us particularly high. So it was a very sort of catch and go sort of task. You know, there's a lot of leapfrogging between groups, but no, in the end it ended up being a really good task, pushed hard, and we got here in good time as well.
Awesome. Comparing to the task yesterday, what do you think about the trick situations? Or
bit more wind. Today was a little bit more like a train. You know, everyone was sort of following the same person, whereas yesterday we had so many different groups. You weren't sure who was ahead or not. So big difference there personally, but equally as fun.
Awesome. What kind of task do you prefer? The long ones or the short ones?
Somewhere in the middle, personally.
Okay.
Somewhere in the middle.
Okay, awesome. Thanks so much.
No worries.
So here we are with Petra from Czech Republic.
Hello.
Petra, tell me, what's your first impression from the task today?
My first impression on the takeoff was that we have stable day and it will be very difficult, but at the end we had nice flying. Some moments when you got low it was windy on the ground, so I decided to stay high, and when I stayed high I had a nice flight.
Okay. How's the competition going so far?
Yeah, it's a great week of flying, so we can't complain. In many competitions this year there was bad weather and rain, and I think we didn't have, or the pilots didn't have too many tasks, and here we have every day nice tasks, pretty long tasks, so I think everybody is happy.
So you enjoy it?
I enjoy. Thank you.
Did you find any trick situation on the task today?
Today not, because I decided to stay high, so that was, I think, kind of easy.
Are you looking forward to the rest day tomorrow? How is your energy levels?
Well, I'm quite looking forward to stay one day on the swimming pool and just take rest and then start again with some nice triangles.
Sounds great.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. So here we are with the Constance from the French team. Constance, what's your first impression from the task today?
So difficult, c'était très difficile. Pas beaucoup de plafond, on n'est pas monté très haut. Et voilà, c'était quand même rapide et on fait tous un point bas à la dernière balise. Et donc là, on a eu très chaud. Mais très contente d'être rentrée au goal. Je crois que je suis la première fille peut-être. Donc c'est cool, contente d'être ici parce que c'était pas facile. Thank you.
Did you find the task trick situations to find the thermals, or Something tricky?
Yes, a little tricky. I think it's a little stable, but good. Happy. I'm happy.
Comparing to the task yesterday, what did you prefer?
Yesterday, yeah, very long task and beautiful task.
Yeah. So do you prefer the long ones?
Yeah, it's better. I think. I love it.
Thank you. So here we are with Maxim from France.
Hello.
What did you find the task today?
Yeah, it was a late start, but before the flatland was really weak, so it was good to wait a bit. And then it was a quite nice task with no clouds, nothing. So just tactic with the group and sometimes in the group, sometimes pushing a bit in front. And 25, I would say between 30 and 25k from the goal, there was an opportunity with Francis, the Spanish. And it was very nice to fly with him. We honoring catch up, but we escaped one more time. And then to get to goal was a good line, and yeah, it was nice task.
That's exactly my second question. So at first you seem like you're playing like safe, and then front push it up, and then what you try to keep with him. Yeah, just tell me a little bit what happened there.
I mean, when you are closing from the goal, sometimes you have some opportunity, and you can decide to choose to play it or not. And that's always the game with paragliding, because if you play it but not in the right time, then you can be really overlapped by the group behind you. So the idea is always define how much chances there is that it works or not. And this moment with Francis, I thought, okay, we can make it maybe.
Yeah. So now you are currently you are the number one. How is to defend this position for you? I mean, it's quite hard, isn't it?
No, it's not much pressure, because I think there is still 5 tasks. So I would say it's one task, another task. I don't think like too much in the future, just to don't feel much pressure. I just do one day, we see the next day, and we will see in the end.
Awesome. So tomorrow is the rest day.
Yeah.
How are you feeling? Your energy levels, you were feeling good?
Yeah.
Tired?
No, really good. It would be good day to go running a bit in the mountains or do some other stuff, and then looks like the weather is really good again. So yeah, like it looks good.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks.
So here we are with Andre.
Andre, yes.
Andre from Romania. What's your first impression from the task today?
It was super fun. A lot of work today, but in the end, even with this super milky sky, it worked pretty well.
Yeah. Did you find it easier or harder than yesterday?
Well, it was definitely trickier. It was harder to stay up. So
okay, hard to find the thermals.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a lot of gaggle work. You couldn't do it without the gaggle today.
Okay. Thanks so much.
Sure.
Okay, here we are with Vladimir from Serbia.
Yeah.
How was your first impression for the task?
The day was really tricky. It was the nice one. So especially in the end. So I was a bit boring from a really big group, so I couldn't stay a long time there. So a few times maybe I leave the group and I say, never mind, I cannot anymore to hold with this. I need a day rest. But actually it paid off, and yeah, it was nice. I find some nice thermal, and in the end it was crazy because we took the leading point but almost landed. Few of my friends landed just before the goal line because they couldn't climb. So really interesting race and something different. Bravo, Spina.
Awesome.
So I'm really happy in
What
the
do you
end.
prefer, the short task or the long ones?
I actually, after yesterday, this one was a good point. I like it. Actually, I like a really good task. I mean a really long task, but today I'm really happy because it was like this, because I'm really tired. I need the rest day, beer, a swimming pool tomorrow.
Awesome, congratulations. Thank you.
So yeah, the team. Hopefully we have the 2 first, but it's bad for Pierre. But he made his choice trying to get...
push it all the way in.
He took the risk for the end of speed. Didn't work out. And Julien decided to stay.
Julien was with him, was he?
Yeah, a bit behind.
I think one of the Spanish guys, Marcelo, went down with him as well.
I think 3-4 pilots made it short though.
Yeah. It's quite nice flying over with low height.
Yeah.
Vladimir.
And your teammate made it just thermal.
Who? On the black and gold?
No. Sorry. Seb.
Yes. Yeah, he was close as well.
Was stressful for him, I guess.
I think so. It's stressful for the team because one of our scoring team bombed out just before where we took the last good thermal. Bombed out there, so it's important. Okay, hold back. Now, come over. Cool, we're in.
And he got okay thermal just before inside the end of speed section.
Who?
Seb. Yeah.
He's in. I think he came in.
10
or so. So good time.
Yeah, cool.
Just about him, but it was really close to only having one person.
Yeah. Like us yesterday was very stressful.
Yeah. Wicked. I'm gonna go and pack up.
Oh my God! This is a picture of sportiness here. Okay, to the real sportsman. Yeah, Honorin. So you did well today. I saw you in the last thermal there. You sort of pretty much dominated the group. And tell me about the finish.
Yeah, I found the thermal first, so I did the job to go really low on this little valley, and I found it. So I was on top with Maxim, and that was super nice. But we were like 16 kilometers before the goal, and then one Niviuk. Pink one, that's one Spanish guy. I don't know who was it. Maybe Francisco. He attacked a lot and quite low, and he found a better thermal than us. And the time I arrived with Maxim, we were lower. And Maxim was thermaling just a bit better. He went a bit in front to catch the thermal. I was staying behind, and I lost 30-40 meters. So for the goal, I said, maybe it's too risky because I bombed out yesterday, so I can't take the risk. He didn't bomb out, so he can take the risk. And so I'm a bit more than 1 minute behind. But I'm third at goal, so yeah, since the beginning I did a 2-2, 5-3. It's a good result, except the bomb out of yesterday, but I was completely
we'll get a couple of
dehydrated.
We'll get a couple of discards, so it won't matter so much.
Yeah, and it's half of the comp, so it's good. I just have one discard. We can do one more, so that's promising for the rest of the comp. But and tomorrow rest day, that will be nice, and we will finish with 5 big tasks.
Yeah, cool. And what do you think of this place? What's the? Have you been here before?
No, that's the first time, and that's super nice. I think it can be also a nice place for a super final or something like a world also. Yeah, it's super beautiful on the back in the mountains, and the flatland is working super well. There is big thermals. Yeah, that's nice.
And before you came, what was the idea that you had on your head about how this place worked?
They just told me that there is a lot of olive trees. And yeah, there is a lot of olive trees everywhere. But you can land in between the trees, so there is not really problem of safety.
Yeah, okay. And have you had... Just 1 second. Have you had to adjust your strategy or anything like that?
No, I'm always like usual, attacking in front with Maxim, but now I can take less risks, so that's why today he was in front, and I can't take all the risk like him because I already fucked up. It's late.
Okay. Sorry, just 1 sec. So you had a really good day today.
Yeah, this time it worked out, yeah.
Okay, how's the rest of the comp been going for you?
I must say I've had a bit of unlucky parts in flying. I came short twice, once just 50 meters from goal. So yeah, a bit unfortunate, but I'm picking up on it slowly.
And today, what did you change to get such a good ranking?
Well, I think the main thing was actually keeping cool. The first few days was really very, very. I mean, it actually is always very hectic in the thermals. Something I, as a comeback, need to get used to. But once I could release myself from those big gaggles, I was quite cool, and it felt good, and it worked out. So I was lucky to come and go quite early. I'm happy with the day.
Yeah, cool. And where were you in the last thermal? Everyone was climbing
in the last thermal. Well, the last one was Honorat picked up that one very low, and then Pino went to him, and I went in literally just after Pino. Pino was a little bit higher, so I could glide in with Pino and Honorat. I was a Pino in front of me and Honorat behind me. Honorat just caught me on the final glide. But I was lucky to be higher than everyone else for the glide to goal.
And what did you go with glide today?
The glide was, I left her around, must have been 14 or something like that, 13.
Okay, cool.
Well, actually at the beginning 15, but it was a good glide with tailwind. So it picked up, got better, 12, 11, and then about 11 I started pushing speed bar full.
Oh, nice.
And then it was just the line at the end, and then it was perfect. I could see Pino had a pretty bad line at the beginning, so I went a bit right to avoid that, and then it turned out well. I could go for goal without worries, not like yesterday.
And is there anything you want to say to the people at home?
Oh, yes. Well, all my love to my family, my daughter, and my girlfriend sitting and watching. She's always very excited when she watches me. I'm sure she's happy to see me come into goal this time.
Excellent.
Ya estamos en el Ecuador de este 17º Campeonato de Europa de parapente y bueno, la quinta manga. Una manga que hemos hecho más corta que otras veces, 73 kilómetros. Debido a las condiciones meteorológicas la hemos lanzado bastante tarde, el start point, la salida de la carrera ha sido a las 4 menos cuarto, que no es muy normal. Pero bueno, nos ha salido la manga bien, los pilotos se han aterrizado, han hecho la manga completa, tardando algo más de 1 hora y media. Y llegando también muchísimos pilotos a gol, creo que ha sido un buen día finalmente y otra vez tenemos un montón de pilotos contentos por aquí. Mañana día de descanso, que ya nos toca, porque es obligatorio por las normas, ya nos toca, necesitamos este día de descanso y luego nos quedan otra vez otras 5 posibles mangas que la meteorología parece que nos va a acompañar y bueno, a ver si seguimos triunfando en este campeonato que está saliendo muy bien, la verdad.
Eh bien, 5e manche, pas des moindres, c'était difficile. C'était un petit peu stable, on n'est pas monté très haut. Et gros point dur à la dernière balise où on est très bas, surtout moi. J'ai personne sous mes pieds et ouais, un petit peu chaud, mais ça remonte et ça arrive au goal. Donc voilà, je prends quand même 8 minutes je crois par max, mais c'est pas grave, c'est cool d'être au goal et il en reste encore un petit peu. Donc on verra pour la suite, mais c'est cool d'être ici.
Yeah, we had the shortest task with a late start because the conditions were a bit like weak today, weaker than the other days. And but it was an interesting one with a lot of tactic in the groups. And at some point with Francis, we were able to break from the group a bit because we pushed a bit further, caught a good thermal. And from this, we kept our margin with the group, and we were able to push it until the goal. So it was nice.
Here we go now.
Hello, I'm Petra from Czech, flying on the ENC Gym Gliders. And today, at the beginning of the task, I had before the start, I had feeling it will be a stable day. I was a little bit worried about the dust from Sahara, which came here, that the conditions will be really difficult. Then when I took off, I saw it's not that bad, and then I decided just to stay high. And at the end, it was a good decision, I think, because down was sometimes a little bit windy. But once you stayed high, it was really a nice task, and I really like the landscape here. It's a beautiful country, so yeah, I had a nice day and beautiful flight. Thank you.
Bueno, pues nada, hoy ha sido la quinta manga, justo antes del día de descanso. Ya quizá el típico día ya de Pegalajar, condiciones más pobres, techos bajos, viento, a lo que no he acostumbrado siempre, ¿no? A estos días anteriores que parecía, como decía hoy un compañero, Irán esto. Y nada, una carrera rápida con tramos viento de cola o viento de lado, nunca viento en cara. Y nada, el techo bajo, el grupo se tiró, yo me quedé con una térmica buena y ya conseguí la posición de control del grupo y ya he ido siempre por arriba. Y en la última parte he arriesgado un par de térmicas, han salido bien, he pillado la última el primero y me pude tirar primero y nada. He llegado al primero, a ver los leading points lo que dicen, pero bueno, seguimos ahí, pues el equipo fatal, pues han pinchado los otros dos que puntúan, pero bueno, seguiremos luchando por las individuales y por lo que venga.
Hello Aaron from Team Belgium, how's it going?
Very good, thank you.
So your team's doing okay?
Well, we had a bit difficult days in the beginning, only one guy scoring, but the following days were better. I think we are now 16th in the overall ranking, which is not that bad, but we could do better.
You had a colleague very sick at the beginning in the first two tasks. That didn't help, I'm sure.
No, indeed, he had a virus, 2 days sick. He flew, but it was not very good.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, your team leader is Bram, and how's he keeping the team together?
Well, he's supporting us with getting food and making reservations for the restaurants, and he's also from time to time going to the team briefing, the team leader briefing. Sorry. Yeah, he's a good guy.
Okay, well I hope the competition heats up for you. There's going to be longer tasks, I believe.
Yes, which will be quite challenging, because the task from 140 kilometers was already pretty challenging. Now today 130 kilometers. So I guess by the end of the competition everybody will be very tired.
I think so. And in the organisation. Okay, thank you very much. Good luck today.
No worries.
Okay. Hello Harris from Greece. Team leader for Greek team as well as competitor. How's it going?
I think it's going very well for us because it's new place for here. But it's challenge for all the guys, all for a Greek team, to make the goal. That's the target, I think so, to make all the days goal. So it's going, I think so, good. Mm-hmm. The weather is very good, the people here is very friendly, very nice, everything. So we are good, we're feeling good, we have good for everything.
Mm-hmm. And are you finding being the team leader takes a lot of time, like attending the briefings, or?
Yes, but it's not something for you boring. It's nice people there, the coverage is very well, so
great.
Everything's good. Everything's good.
And I haven't actually seen the team ranking, but you're happy?
I think so. We're at 22. I think so. Not bad, not good.
You're a small team.
Yes. With not very experienced national competition, and one of the 3 guys is experienced with last year World Cup competition. The others were rookie.
Okay.
In that competition, but we enjoyed very much.
Great. Well, enjoy the rest of the competition, and I hope to speak to you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello, I'm here with Darius from Lithuania. How's it going?
Good.
Are you enjoying it?
Yes, of course. We had 9 flying days in a row, 5 tasks, and we came a little bit before that and had some good flying.
Mm-hmm. Have you flown here before?
No, it's the first time we're here.
And are the conditions suiting your flying style?
Yes, but we had to adjust these conditions a little bit. It's a little bit sharper, but I think it's still safe.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have reserves, to my knowledge, and everybody seems to be flying quite safe here.
Mm-hmm. And how's the spirit in Team Lithuania?
Good. This year we have 5 pilots in the team. I believe that's the first time ever we have so many pilots, so we have good spirit. We're spending good time.
Great, thank you so much. Hello Dimitri from Estonia.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Good. How's the competition going for you so far?
Well, it's perfect weather. We are going to have 10 tasks of 10, which is rare for competitions, and I'm happy with that.
So you are originally Russian, but you're now a naturalized Estonian?
Yeah, I got Estonian citizenship this year. So yeah, now I'm true Estonian.
And you're the only Estonian here?
Yeah, in this competition I am the only from Estonia.
So you're also your own team leader?
Yeah, I am the whole team. I am the team leader. I am.
Is it an advantage to be able to go to the team leader briefings before the general briefing?
Well, it's some constant process here, so you have to wake up like 1 hour earlier than others, but at the same time you participate in making decisions and you know some news before others, which is also sometimes good. So yeah, I'm happy to be. It's my first time to be team leader, and it's an interesting experience for me.
And how have you found the tasks so far?
Well, tasks are really good. We had one task 140 kilometers, which was like longest task which I ever made. I didn't make it to goal, like 10 kilometers, but still it was perfect task for me, and it was fast and it was cool weather. So yeah, I like tasks, but well, we wake up early in the morning and we come back to headquarters after 8-9 p.m. So I was a little bit tired after 5 tasks, and it was good that we had a rest day yesterday. So I recovered, and now I'm ready for 5 more tasks.
Well, the task might get bigger because the forecast, I mean, Thursday's forecast is incredible.
It's good, I'm ready.
Yeah, you like the long tasks?
Yeah, I like long tasks.
And I mean, where you normally fly, is it more, because I've been on the highest mountain in Estonia and it's not very high.
yeah, it's not even a mountain, you know, so Estonia is totally flat, and the highest point in Estonia it's about 300 meters above sea level, but it's not a mountain. It's just flatlands coming up like 10-20 kilometers and then coming down, so it's no mountains in Estonia. And well, in Estonia I have maybe only 10% of my fly hours, and all others I traveling to Italy, to France, to Spain. So yep, it's not so much good flyable weather in Estonia, unfortunately.
But you did do 3 flights and broke 3 records, didn't you?
Yeah, yes. Last year I had only 3 flights in Estonia, and each of that flights was record-breaking for Estonia. One it was for distance. I made about 210 kilometers free distance, and then it was 2 FAI triangles. Second was broke the first one, and first one broke the previous Estonian record.
And at 210 kilometers, you must have been flown the whole country.
Yeah, actually, I took off on our regular airfield. It's like 60 kilometers from Tallinn, and I made it almost to Russian border. It's a point where Russian and Latvian border and Estonian border come into single point. And actually, I could make maybe 10 more kilometers, but I came to airspace before border, and I had to land before the airspace.
Yeah. Best to. Well, that's amazing. I hope you have a great week, and I hope we get to talk to you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. We have here Eli Jager from Austria. So, Eli, I would like to ask you, how's going so far the competition after 5 days of competition?
So, yeah, welcome. Yeah, competition is doing quite good. The first 3 days were really fun for me. On the last 2 days I bombed, which wasn't so much fun. But now are 5 more days to come, so I'm really looking forward. Racing is nice. It's interesting tasks every day, something different. It's really cool to fly here.
Okay, and as a team leader, how does it feel? What is your role? How are you managing that role?
Yeah, as a team leader, we meet each morning and discussing the topics which arise. For example, if we need to shift the times, so the pilots get more recovery time, or if there is a problem with aggressive flying. So this is going to be discussed in the team leaders, and then we team leaders broadcast it to our pilots. So we are kind of the communication link between the pilots and the organization to get it more organized.
Perfect. So today, day 6, competition day 6. So I don't know if you checked already the forecast. I don't know you know about the task that now that is set. So what do you expect for today?
I think it will be really nice flying today. The day looks much clearer than the last ones we were flying, so I expect the ceiling to be a little bit higher, so better climbs, and also the wind should be a little bit less than on the last task we had. So I think it will be interesting, and yeah, looking forward to a nice task again.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a Switzerland team leader. So I would like to ask you about the competition, the current situation for Switzerland, how it's going.
So yeah, it's a good place here also for Swiss pilots. We normally fly in the Alps, so for us it's always a bit special to fly in the flats. But we have a lot of pilots there, have a lot of experience, so we still have good chance to be on the top.
All right. As a team leader, how is the role for you? How does it feel? How are you managing the situation? You can tell us about, I don't know, what is your idea that you work?
Yeah, it's not so easy sometimes, because you have all pilots, you have the emotion to look with the guys how they are on the day, and for me it's important that all body have a good shape and have time to repose himself for the task.
It's almost like a psychologist as well, right?
Yeah.
All right. And then finally, today is the 6th day of the competition. We already know the task. We already know more or less how the forecast is going to be. What do you expect for today?
Yes, we try to get a little bit faster on the goal today with the team, push a little bit more than the last days. We fly a little bit more safety before, so now we hope we can push more and do better rankings.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm here with Sinan and Hussein, Team Turkey.
Hey. Hello.
How's it going, guys?
Let's go. Start first.
Yeah, please.
Maybe. So, first, the organization is super nice. The area is nice. With limited landings between all the trees, but it's good. The weather is good. We are flying 5 tasks. We already flight 5 tasks and more. We are heavy. We will have 5 tasks more. So it's great weather, but as a team we have started very slowly. We are getting used to it, so we will start today another competition, let's say. So all is good.
Yeah, the competition is going very well. So the tasks are very long, and quality is so high as the pilots are flying very fast. And the conditions for us, it's a bit strong. Yeah, it's first part of the competition was a bit windy, but the organization is very well. The people, everybody is so nice and helping us, and it's so enjoyable, here. And I hope the second part is going to be very good for us. Yeah, we're gonna try our best. And this is our first competition in this season. That's why we start very slowly and getting used to it. I hope everything's gonna be okay.
Great. And I mean, you attend the team leader meetings in the mornings. Given that you're only a team of 2, you're working out your tactics and strategy. Does that make it easier or more difficult?
So it's mostly for us. It's not like a team, we always criticizing everything and trying to do some tactics, but as a 2, we just flying like a normal World Cup.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like a national team.
Okay.
But
and you're not flying together. You're just.
We're trying to, but yeah,
we are planning together, but how to fly. Let's say where to start, how to go. But generally in the air we are losing each other, so we are trying to find each other again in the air, but generally this is not happening.
Yeah. And the Turkish Air Sports Federation has been very supportive of you to get you to this event.
That's true. Yes, with their support we are here, so we are again thanking to our federation, Turkish Air Sports Federation, so we are always feeling their support with us. They are also calling each day, asking how it's going. So hopefully we will bring some success, not in this competition, but in the future upcoming events. It will be with more experience, with more experience it will be better.
Brilliant. Well, I wish you every luck for today's task and the next 4 as well.
Thank
and I
you.
hope to see you in goal.
Thank you.
I'm here with Jacob Butterworth from Team Great Britain. How are you doing?
Individually, not so great. The team's doing really well. It's good to be here. First Cat 1, so it's a good experience. nice to support the team. Yeah, the team's doing great. Personally, not so good.
I mean, you're a very young pilot. You're only 22, but you've been flying since you were a nipper.
Yeah.
And you come from a flying family.
Yeah, my dad flies. He's been flying as long as I can really remember. So I've been flying maybe 8 years-ish. Started when I was about 14. Started doing comps when I was about 15, 16 on a high B, and then since then just progressed more and more really.
And you're in a big team. You're one of the bigger teams in the competition. Do you think that's an advantage?
Yeah, I think it is. More information in the sky. We can all feed, on radio to each other. Also support each other. Debriefs. We get more people's information and sort of tips on how to fly the area. Dylan, he flies pretty locally, and he's flown here before. Martin's flown here before, so yeah, that's really helpful.
And I mean, for you, what do you think of the conditions?
Yeah, it's been really good. We had one task. The last task, the conditions weren't so great. Quite a few people bombed. I bombed. But other than that, the conditions have been really nice. Strong thermals. Blue, but that's to be expected here apparently. But yeah, really good fun.
And do you prefer to be out in the flatlands or in the mountains?
I don't really have a preference really. I think I'm better in the mountains, I think. Well, I've done better in other comps in the mountains. But no, it's nice here. It's got a good mix between the mountains and the flatlands. It's good.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And I'm going to grab you again when you've been in goal. And you can see a huge smile on your face.
All right, cool.
Thank you. I'm here with Pepe Malecki. Andreas Malecki is his real name, from Team Germany, former German champion, top-level pilot. How's it going, Pepe?
Yeah, the sleep and the rest day was perfect. I need it. The whole team needed. And now we are fresh and we want to attack.
Have you found the competition so far?
I think the task setting was really nice. But for myself, flying was not really. I'm unhappy with my flying.
I mean, normally you fly further.
Yeah, so my decision all the time was wrong and used bad lines, and so I hope the next 50% from the competition will be better.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I've been watching you on the live tracking, doing the commentary, and sometimes you're really far ahead, and so yeah. Are you finding the flatlands or the mountains more difficult?
For me, no. Normally, flatland flying is my thing. But here, sometimes you reach the point where the other climbing good, and you get a rest of really bad thermic, and the other had 4 meters, and so it's not a fixed thermic. It's only bubbles going up, the strong bubbles, and when you miss one circle, then yeah, you are a little bit behind. So you can miss a lot of times in this.
From the forecast, it would appear that the tasks are going to get a bit longer. Will that suit you?
Yeah, I like it. I like it to fly longer.
Great. Well, we wish you every luck.
Yeah, thank you.
And hopefully see you in goal.
Yeah, hope. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm here with Mirvad from Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. So you're the only member of the Bosnia-Herzegovina team?
Yes, unfortunately. It will be good if we have more pilots who are representing our country, but maybe next time.
So you are the team leader of yourself?
Exactly.
And is it useful to attend the team leader briefings in the morning?
Oh, not really, because we are not located in the town. We are located here, just under the takeoff, and it is a little bit hard to go to the team leader, but we have information from team leader briefing.
And how's your competition going?
Regarding the results, not really well, because probably of my bad strategy. I'm always pushing hard, and that's not a really best strategy. But regarding the competition, I really enjoy. Tasks are great. I wrote also a couple days ago on the group, And I said that I want to say big bravo for competition. How do you say? Guy. Yeah, for organizer, for guys who setting the tasks. Tasks are great. We flew a couple of days ago, task 141.5 kilometers, and this is the longer task for me. Unfortunately, I bumped 900 meters before the goal, but that task was really, really good. Condition was perfect. Everything is how I like. Not too strong, not too calm. Everything is how it needs to be.
Fantastic. Well, the tasks may get longer.
I like longer tasks. Today we have 120 or more kilometers, and I just said to my friends, it will be good that that task will be longer, more than 140 kilometers, like a couple days ago.
Great. Thank you so much. Good
You're
luck.
welcome. Thank you.
And here's Frederick from Team Serbia. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going well. Nice competition, nice weather. Everything is good. Organization too, I have to say. Because I'm an organizer too, and I know their job very well, and they are doing really, really well, I think, from my opinion.
Great. Thank you very much. That's nice to hear.
You too, yeah. Great job.
Oh, stop it. Okay. So how have the 5 tasks been for you?
Actually, regarding the results, they're not showing well, I think, because I'm very satisfied with my flying. I'm always there. I even could make a good second task. I was first on final glide, but I was short, unfortunately. But I'm very satisfied with my flying, and I hope that in the next 5 tasks, I hope I will be better with the results and faster in goal and everything, because I think every day I need something small to do it, but there is probably the difference between the top pilots and me. They have it that, I don't, so I think it's that.
Are Serbia flying with team tactics?
No, because our team leader is also a pilot, so we are flying, let's say, like solo. But we are good as a team at 8th position at the moment, so it's really nice for our country, and we hope it's going to be better.
Brilliant. Well, good luck today.
Yeah, thank you.
You have a great task, and that little thing that's missing will fall into place
Yeah,
today.
I hope. I'm trying every day, so we will see.
That's all you need to do.
Yeah.
Try every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the 17th Paragliding European Championships in Pegalajar, Andalucia, Spain.
Hola y bienvenidos al 6º día de estos 17º Campeonatos Europeos de Parapente en Pegalajar. Mi nombre es Javier García y estoy encantado de estar con vosotros un día más.
So yesterday was a rest day. You had a break from us, but today we come back for task 6. So just a quick recap on how the broadcasting works in case you haven't been watching us over the last week. We try and start every day about an hour beforehand with the resume of the previous task, We do interviews with the pilots at goal, and we show those, and then we also do interviews with pilots on the takeoff and getting ready, just to see how it's going for them. We're trying to interview everybody, so today we had interviews with the only competitor from Bosnia-Herzegovina, the only competitor from Estonia, and a few others. And then afterwards we start our live broadcast half an hour before the race starts, and we go through the whole race until several of them get into goal. We don't go right through to the end. And then every evening at 8 p.m. we do a summary. So we will come back, let you know what happened, bring you the goal interviews, and generally tell you what happened.
It was really necessary, that resting day, I think.
It was. So we've had 5 tasks so far, and if the official rest day had been after 6 tasks, which is what normally happens, we would have had 6 and 4, but everybody was ready for the rest day, and also the forecast for yesterday was not as good as for the forecast for today. So we're going to have 5 tasks that we've already done, and then the idea is we'll have 5 more. And the forecast for this week just looks amazing. The tasks will be getting longer. They'll be getting more interesting as well. Not that we haven't had interesting tasks. Everybody I interview in this competition praises the task setting and says how amazing it's been. This mix between mountains and flatlands, short and long, and basically making the best out of each day. So, if we've got another 5 tasks to go, it may be that by the end of the week we've flown 1,000 kilometers. Which is incredible. Incredible.
It's amazing because even the pilots that no matter how long the task, even I heard a pilot asking for 200k.
Maxim said on Sunday that he would like a 200k task.
Oh, awesome. Well, I mean, I think it's important also to say thank you to our sponsors, that thanks to them also that this competition is also happening. So Xavi Berneda from Munich, thank you very much. Also Diputación de Jaén, which is the provincial government of Jaén. Ayuntamiento de Pegalajar, the Pegalajar Town Council. Comisión Técnica de Parapente, or Spanish Paragliding Technical Commission. And also la Federación Aeronáutica Española, or Spanish Aeronautical Association. And of course, also Nibiuk paragliders. So all of you, thank you very much. Now.
Okay, so if you didn't follow us on Sunday, we thought we'd give you a very quick recap, very brief, to just tell you what happened on Sunday and update you on the results of the competition.
Yep, I mean, probably we could say that the most important feature that happened in the last task was referring to the weather. We had that hazy Sahara sun, hazy weather that basically put a lot of, limit about this quality of thermals. Pilot was struggling all the way. Also, the forecast didn't, was so correct, especially in the higher layers when they were mentioned the southwest, and basically the southwest was more on the lower layers, but always they had this northwest all the way. So we had Jason, Rui, and Maxim, like pilots that were pushing here and there. For a few of them, it worked. For example, Maxim, it was able to earn a lot of leading point all around the different part of the race. Rui made also his attempt, and eventually was into the group again. And finally, Jason didn't make it when he was very away from the group as well. Also Nuno was leading a big gaggle, but he was in fact at ribbon the turn point number 2, made the first, and also we had in the race also ribbon to the top, the turn point 3, the Joachim Noberhauser, and finally Honoran made the turn point number 4 first as well. What happened after that? We had Fran Reina from the Spanish team just made the final attack, really well done. I was expecting to go for 2 thermals, and he managed to do it only in 1. After a conversation with him, he said, my instrument said to me, you're not gonna make it. But he found a final line when he was floating all the way, and that we said, okay, I'm not going to stop now. And finally he made it, but however, because the leading point was Maxim, the one who basically won the task.
Yeah, the wind was definitely another weird feature on the day. There was a lot of drifts in thermals that didn't make any sense to us from the forecast, and sometimes also from the reports that we were getting on the ground. Inigo Redin was driving to the goal and giving us wind conditions, and we were like, how's it that on the ground? And the thermals are drifting the opposite way, but with the layers of the wind, you can never tell. But it was very interesting that the wind at different altitudes has had such an impact on how the pilots are progressing down the course.
Well, I think one of the most important for me was how this group that was a bit more to the south, and finally when they were heading to stop the time, and they did, but the penalty was so heavy for them, so big for them, that this little group of pilots, it was about 6 or so, even though they managed to stop the time, mostly none of them, they made it to validate the goal, including Honorant.
Yeah, so it was the second day that we had a task where lots of people made it into the end of speed section and not into goal. Very interesting.
Well, I must say, Spanish team was a disaster. Because even though Fran Reina made it first, and immediately I saw all the Spanish guys just arriving as okay, today could be, when maybe Spain can even raise the position on the national competition. But when I saw how high they were stopping the clock, I thought, no, it's impossible. They're too low. And all the rest of the scoring guys, they didn't make it. So Spain for now is out of the in competition for the nation.
Well, talking of that, let's give you some results. So the task 5 results was won by Maxim Pinot from France on leading points, ahead of Francisco Reina of Spain. Third was Honorant Amand. Fourth, legend Steve Cox from Switzerland. And fifth, Darko Stankovsky from North Macedonia. In the women's ranking, first was Constance Metetal from France. Second, Petra Slivova from the Czechia. And third, Anka Tabera from Romania. So, overall results after task 5 has put on Maxime Pinot in first place, ahead of fellow Frenchman Honorant Amand. Third is Britain's Sebastian Ospina. Fourth, Slovenia's Tilen Segler. And fifth, Ferdi Vogel from Germany. In the women, now it's interesting because the women, Constance Metetal has won every day.
Pretty solid. So
she's still number 1. Elisabeth Eger is still chasing her. But the third place has changed every single day. We've had Julia Jaus from Germany in third place. We've had Anka Tabera from Romania in third place. It changes. But today, third place is Petra Slivova. I think it sort of depends on who comes third in the task or second in the task in the women's, that always then changes to the third. So, anyway, getting to the nation ranking, which in this competition is super important. So after 5 tasks, France is winning, ahead of Great Britain in second place. Third place is now Slovenia, fourth is Poland, and fifth is North Macedonia. So, today's task 6. Let's have a quick look at the weather. We've got quite a long task today. Again, via lots of turn points, and it's a very interesting task, and we'll tell you the details of that in a minute. But it's nearly 3 o'clock now, and the wind at surface is supposed to be northwest 13 kilometers an hour, and at 1500 meters it's going to be 13 kilometers also northwest, so the same, but it changes at 2000 meters. It's 6 kilometers an hour, so much less, and it's southwest. At 4 o'clock it's going to be northwest at surface. At 1500 kilometers it's going to be 9 kilometers an hour northwest, but again at 2000 meters it's 6 kilometers southwest. It's only going to really change at 5 o'clock once they get to the second turn point, or third turn point, sorry. When it's going to be 15 kilometers northwest at surface, same at 1500, and at 2000 it's going to be lighter but northwest as well. And the prediction for goal is, the forecast says 13, but Inigo briefed that they're expecting 20 kilometers an hour coming from the south at goal. So that'll be interesting because they have to do a leg to the due east. So cloud base is supposed to be rising as the day goes on. There's no altitude limited today. They can go into orbit if they want. There's no restrictions whatsoever. So let's get to the interesting part. The last leg of the task could have some convergence. We predicted it the other day. It did, well, nobody seemed to find it, but there's a better chance today, I believe, that it might set up. There might be clouds in the mountains and in goal, and cloud base is predicted to be 3,000 to 3,500. Thermal strength average is about 3.5 meters per second. Minimum temperature is going to be 10 degrees at 2,500 meters and 6 degrees at 3,000 meter. And where there are clouds, then cloud depth could be around 2,000 meters at goal. So, Javi, tell us about the task.
Yeah, I'm gonna add a bit more about the weather because, as they say in the briefing, could say that it's a typical day here in Pegalajar. This is a classic. How the conditions are here, how the wind is moving between this northwest, southwest, depending on the layer. But we also will see how when the clouds start appearing, as I say, the 3.5 thermals, definitely they will be higher, and especially at the last leg, I expect easily +5, if not more. So this is quite typical day, typical good day also in Pegalajar. Well, and now talking about the task, again we have a more than 100 kilometers task. We had actually 127 kilometers is a race to go with the exit start gate, and after that I have 4 turn points, and finally we have the goal, which is again I'm going to talk about those turn points. This start point, the start gate, is the classic that we have been seeing for the last 3-4 tasks. They put the start gate just in front of the takeoff, generally on the northwest, with a massive line where everybody can spread themselves, to reach the start gate. But after that, they put the first turn point a bit on the north side where Jaén city is, and after that, we turn to the northeast, and that is to create a very easy turn out for safety reason, because remember on the second task we saw how there was spreading no matter the side, left, right, and that create a momentum of that is a bit unsafe. So because of that, today is super easy. Everybody will be turning openly into the northeast to reach after, because we have today 3 legs, approximately between 22 or 27 kilometers every leg, each leg. So on the next one, which is basically on the south of Baeza, they correct generally the course more to the east, another 24, 27 kilometers or so, and then pretty close to Cazorla, they reach the next turn point and they go south, generally southeast, but mostly south. Finally, when they will be pretty close as well to Hinojares, they will turn finally to the east again for the final, to the goal, which basically is in a plateau. It's a 900 meters area. It's a big plateau with a 2 radius cylinder to stop the clock, and inside they have this 200 meters line to validate the goal. It's interesting to say that they, in order to arrive to the goal, they need to cross 2 canyons that they're 200 meters depth indeed, each one of those, but also the area that they have to fly above when they head to the south and nearby Cazorla. In that part of the race, I expect when the condition they're going to be the better condition all along the race, because they will be working really nice in that area. Clouds are expected, and they're expected really high, between 3,000 and more. So probably we're going to find pilots that they're going to choose. They're going to more into the mountains, because also the convergence could start happening there. So maybe in that area there will be, they're going to create two groups depending on how good they manage to stay together all along the race, and we will see how a few pilots they're going to go straight to the mountain and then to correct a bit or reach the turn point, the final turn a bit more to the south, and then use the southwest, because it's the interesting thing. The higher they go, the more southwest they're going to find, which means if they reach more on the Cazorla waypoint and then drift more to the southeast, if they reach more to the south, that they only need to go for this final leg into completely in tailwind. So that could be a strategy that a few pilots they're going to use. So I think yet again it's a long task, mainly in between the second, maybe even on the medium on the third leg is where we're going to see those strikes to get to earn those leading points. But today, as the condition improve and the pilot they're able to also to be in high, I see today that I expect also the group they're going to be more solid, and they're going to be able to run and neutralize pilot that want to escape. I don't expect today that maybe many bomb out and like the last day. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, there's we say about the canyons that they need to cross.
Yeah.
The last one that they cross that will put them higher than the goal. So there'll be the last sort of hill that they have to get into to the end of speed sections at 924 meters, right. And goal is 200 below that. Yeah, have I got that right?
All right. What we have is this canyon. We have two canyons. One is quite narrow, actually. The other one is wider. But and then when we pass, definitely as they pass the canyon again, the terrain goes in high, and then so the idea is ideally to stay as high as possible, and I think that is going to happen easily. I don't expect. I mean, I will be very surprised today if pilots they stay themselves pretty low in that area, but we will see, because you know how it goes. And then in the last task. Yeah, I was super surprised how pilots they were trying to stop the clock. I said, but you don't have the altitude just to. So, even though what I'm trying to say here, the reason to set those kilometers and then you put the line in the middle is just pilot be able to have or to save enough altitude to stop the time and keep gliding into and validate the goal, not to put yourself almost touching the ground, to stop the time and then just, I don't know, pray or bet for whatever, just to find the final leaf that take you into be able to validate the goal. That's not the reason to do so, but we are in a competition, and pilot, well, they made their decision. So what I think is, I expect not find pilots really low nearby the canyon, especially at around 5, because today I expect probably 3 hours, more, to really complete all the tasks. And if that conversion is working and they're spotting clouds there, maybe what could happen is that task that you were there trying to spot the pilot on the eyes level, and somebody told you, no, come on, look up.
Yeah.
And they were arriving
in orbit.
So yeah, I expect that today something like that to happen. We'll see how it goes.
If you see the line, the goal line that's actually unwritten, because it's a cylinder, but it's also a line that they have to cross, a physical line that's actually in the field. And if you see, it's very close to a road, so for safety, they're actually going to stop the traffic. So there's actually going to be some marshals on the street, if anybody comes in really low, to make sure that all pilots can land safely, because they do have to cross that final road to get into the actual golf field.
Yeah, normally once you stop the clock and you don't need to speed up anymore, ideally what you do is just you can spend all the time of the wall. I mean, until before the windows close, but obviously you don't need to wait for the window to close. You just find the thermal or any other leaf, or to go validate the goal, and then you go for landing, and in the best place you can find, or usually what the competition does is they set tent as a reference where the most desired player were to be, because it's close to the club, but also it's big enough. So, but definitely there are marshals there as well to control.
Yeah, when I was last in goal, I think, after a long task, people are probably a bit dehydrated, and they've been concentrating for many hours, and when they get to goal, they're like, from here I can switch off, because we had 2 pilots who nearly hit the retrieve fans. So, making sure that they get across the road safely is still an important thing to do. So anyway, that's an aside.
Well, we are almost 10 minutes ahead, that's for the start point to happen. But that you mentioned something that maybe it's interesting for you, Mika. I don't know. I expect many people that are watching this this competition, they know about what is going on, but maybe others, they don't have an idea. So Daniel, you mentioned arriving dehydrated. It's also interesting to know what is happening when you sit in one of those harnesses and you sit there for hours there. If pilots, they have to, or they can eat, or even they need to pee, or they need to drink, maybe but actually you should be able to do almost everything if it's needed in the air, and that includes precisely to drink, mainly to drink. It's really important, especially when you're going to spend more than 2 or 3 hours, and because at the end it's a mental battle mainly, and maybe you need to do a lot with your brain. Physically also can be a bit, with those temperature changing, that kind of thing. But especially you are in a moment when you're having a low moment there, and you're suffering. You really just get a moment of distress, and then you recover. You find yourself high again. You forget to eat. You forget to drink. You forget so many things after that. That then 1 hour later, something is not working anymore for you. You cannot think properly. You start making mistakes, and probably it's because you start to feel you are dehydrated.
Yeah, one of the things I always found is when you get to altitude, you're cool. It's only 6 degrees up there, and suddenly you think, well, I'm not hot, I'm not thirsty, and you forget that that actually you still need to drink to keep your concentration going. And so the more time you spend at altitude, and also you're getting. Yeah, I just always got really thirsty, but I never had the need to drink, and I would land and just kind of be completely woozy, and then I always found out at the end of the flight I really couldn't make good decisions anymore.
Completely.
So.
I remember one of the longest tasks. 2008 or 9 in Piedrahita, and I did it. I lost the main group, and I needed to do the whole task by myself. Maybe it was 130 or something, and when just landed, I had that big headache that I wasn't able to put anything stuff from myself. I just lay down, closed my eyes, and when they were closing to me, I said, "Are you okay?" I said, "No, just leave me." Eventually I got up, and I forgot to drink. That was it. So.
Well, talking about being sick, we've got some bad news for the Spanish team.
Yeah.
We had rest day yesterday, and they went out for dinner somewhere, and unfortunately 2 of their pilots have got gastroenteritis, and I saw them earlier, they were looking in pretty bad shape, and they're not going to be able to fly today.
Which is not the first case in the competition.
No, but we had a Belgian competitor who was Lode Spreut, who was very ill but managed to fly. He took some medication, and he looked terrible, to be fair, but he managed to fly. But the guys...
No. It's Luis Martinez Iturbe and Jose Jimenez Velda, unfortunately, they got sick, and I was able to see just Jose Jimenez Velda this morning, and definitely they're not able to fly. Hopefully they will recover along the day, and tomorrow definitely we're willing to see them just fit enough for support and be all the team together again. That should be ideal. This is what we want. So now 7 minutes away from the start point.
Can I just remind viewers at home that we've got the YouTube chat. I'm monitoring it. If you've got any questions or comments, please send them to us. If you can think of any questions that you would like to ask the pilots when they arrive in goal, we've got our roving reporter, Rafa, and he's taken over from me. He's going to the goal at the moment, and he'll do his absolute best to find the pilots that we've got questions for, not just the top 5, but any other pilots. So if you've got any questions for us, please send them to me and I'll pass them on, and we'll do our best to find the pilots that you would like to see. And any other comments, please send them to us.
Yeah, we are always happy to answer any question you might have for us. And in the meantime, just when getting there or 6 minutes away for the start point to happen, when we can see 2 big goggles. Today also interesting to mention that no pilots, I didn't see any pilot today in the bomb out area. There was again another nice and easy takeoff window. I would like to know the data again, how fast it was, because I expect it was again around 40-45 minutes to put on around 140 pilots in the air. It was really easy to see. I saw already a few pilots, maybe not at the moment, but because we are not at 2 o'clock anymore, we're approaching 3 p.m. and they are very close, and I can see a few, around 2,000 meters already, which is expected now, is happening, that's okay. And again, we will see eventually how the pilot they need to come in, they need to stay inside the start point, or instead that, as soon as they say okay 30 or 20 seconds to hit the start point, what they're going to do is just from the outside they're going to reach it and go immediately to turn out, going to northwest. This glide will be around 8 kilometers something, and then immediately after they will go northeast for this next leg. And really interesting to see, like the other day, I think we saw most of the time Dylan Segler controlling Maxim. Whatever Maxim was doing, Dylan wanted to be with him, and it's really important now, because we're going to have these 2 competitions happening. We're going to have this nation competition, but also the individual competition is really important. So supporting as a team is okay, but also these guys that are flying individual, they really want to have under control who is in the lead to fight all in the race for those leading points, to try to and to not leave any pilot escape. But that is in a long time like this, if you lose 1 thermal or 2 thermals ahead, that's a lot.
Well,
I think
by coincidence, Ian Slater asked if we can explain how the start works, so great minds, you guys.
All right. Yeah, well, and how, I don't know, maybe we can start at as well. The start point, I don't know, normally, there are 2 kinds, normally, we could say enter and exit, there are a few more, but as a general rule, they said that a start point enter or exit, but the only difference is, as an exit start point, either should be ideal that the lift is inside the start point, the waiting area is inside the start point. That make it ideal, because what you do is you have the line in front of you and you are in this waiting area, you start to speed it up, and as you pass the line you are launched already to the next turn point. That should be the ideal situation. The opposite is you need to enter, and normally when that happens, they set the cylinder and you need to cross it, and then potentially what you have to do is to continue flying or gently get out to the next turn point. That is how normally it is. But remember, this is only one start gate race. I don't expect that's going to happen in the competition, but if the weather is an issue, what the race competition, that race direction, what they can do is to set different start points, and the pilots are the one that they have to decide when the race, if they're going to start from themselves. But the thing is, if that is happening, the race change completely, because what the pilot really want is to be next to their competitors, and all the time controlling themselves. If the race has different start gate, it's more like an individual race. It's quite changing a lot.
The elapsed time starts were really more of a hang gliding thing, because relaunches on hang gliders were nearly impossible, because by the time you've de-rigged a hang glider, got it back up the hill, re-rigged it, it was too late. So elapsed time allowed people to decide which start gate they'd take, and that's when their time started. So it was taken as a time from, you could take one of 5 or 6 start, depending on how it was set up. So you decided when it was time to go, and that's how they started with leading points, to encourage people not to take the last one, or not to just wait and see when somebody went and then they followed them. But it's it never happens in paragliding races. It's normally
it's
always
weird,
an exit cylinder, sometimes an entry, but normally exit. And looking at what you need to understand is, we're broadcasting with a 4-minute delay. So what we're seeing on our screens and what we're telling you is not the same as real time.
It's basically what you're looking at as well. You go to the fly master thing. That we're gonna see the same. So we're not counting with the real time either.
Yep. So we can see them all having entered the start cylinder, and in 1 minute we should see them powering out of it as fast as possible. I'm just going to answer one question quickly from Giorgio Tolnai, which is, were there any accidents or injuries during the first part of the competition? And I can tell you that apart from maybe a broken fingernail or something, no, we didn't have any incidents. It's been a really great competition. We did have a couple of pilots drop out. They withdrawn. One was because of a glider issue, but nothing to do with an incident. And the second one was to do with the pilot bombed out a couple of days and decided that he didn't want to carry on. So he's gone home. But that's it. It's been a very, touch wood, a very safe competition so far.
Okay, race has started. We had the start gate is open now. We can see how the whole group is now heading towards the next turn point. Again, it's going to take a while until we can see who is leading the charge for this first leg. Remember, it's a short one. It's approximately 8 kilometers something. It's more about to spread and line the group safely and do not create confusion into the next turn point. So they're easily going to reach the waypoint and turn towards northeast. So I can read now. There was somebody who is okay. Mao. I think this guy is asking about for the kind of strategy they can use. Any comment on the opening strategies he's asking? Well, I think more or less I said what I expect today. Is a big long task. Normally is very weirdly you see a lonely wolf, like we could say, something like it. I mean, you can do it, but the condition they really need to be really strong, really clear. For example, if the conversion would be working all along the way, in that case it's easily to see that, because I take my chances. And if it start, the thing is, once you find a line that is working and you are under this line and you are able to push and you see that you're not sinking or you are holding as long as the conditions are working, I don't mind at all. I'm going to push all the way. The thing is, if you find non-stable areas, I now in lifting plaxis, but maybe on the after 10 kilometers I find a minus test and you are alone. In order to find another area that's going to help you to recover from that, if you are alone, it's going to be really difficult. So if somebody escapes or do an attack, ideally this attack won't be a lonely one. It could be with somebody else, either a mate of your team or either another pilot that wants to control you or is next to you because it's your closer competitor or something like it. But even so, if they struggle together, the group, they will be able to speed up and also cap them up. So I expect much more in a task like today, those shorts attack in order to get those leading point and then the group catching them again, and so on. The interesting thing will be who is going in every attack to try to earn those leading points. This is my opinion. So, and at the moment, we see that even stopping on this, approaching this, remember, in this short glide, and they're stopping there just to trying to find something there. Well, they're not really low. They're quite okay, more than 400 meters above the floor. In the meantime, we can see how Dylan Ziegler precisely, the pilot that was trying to be all the time with Maxim Pinot on the last task, followed by Francisco Reina. They are trying to go and trying to reach first this first point. They are flying, remember, on these layers. They are around. They should be finding northwest. That is why they are flying around 50, 53. They are not. I don't expect they're going to pass 60 because also it's soon. So the condition from now on is when they're going to start improving. Holding a nice altitude, more than 1,300 meters. The distance between Dylan now and between Fran and the rest of the group is it's not really big. I mean, Dylan has decided to try to put some room in between the group, but it's too soon to see if this difference is going to be something significant. If I go and I check on Dylan, and afterwards I am going to check who is behind Fran. Maxim Pinot, for example, is just in the third position at the moment. And they're holding the same, just around 5. No, okay, Maxim is accelerating a bit more, 60 for him, 62. Definitely, he will be leading, or if he's not leading the group, he will be in the head of any group, ready to eventually try to earn some leading points on the way. And Vladimir Vakani was also another pilot that always had been in this top 20 or so in that group. Let's have a look to all the names that we have here. Stefan Morgenhalle as well. Carlo Bonasic. So the group is quite solid. We can see already how they create two groups. Right? There's a head group there. Dylan Ziegler put in some distances, followed by Francisco Reina. And a second group. Inside that group, there are a few pilots that currently are between top 10, between top 20. Alvaro Romero, Julian Berth, Jason Savov. Ferdinand Vogel is there in this second group. But again, remember, 127 kilometers is a long task. Philip Haag is in this group as well.
It's basically you'll find the top 20, top 30 in that group.
Yeah.
Although we haven't seen Hans Ekvall too much this week at the moment.
Not yet.
No. So long glide to the first turn point.
Yeah, they're almost there. I mean, Dylan is approaching. It was 8 kilometers to reach this, which is basically is happening. It's really beautiful, actually. When they approach into this area, they leave the city of Jaén just behind them, a bit on the left. But the beauty of it is not only there's a beautiful castle on top of a hill, really nice. But as you look a bit more to the left, there's a huge mountain, two mountains. One is, but the nice one that I don't know. I don't want to go with any spoiler, but we'll be able to have a look closer within the next days. Is La Pandera. It's gorgeous place. It's really beautiful, really high. But just the landscape itself is stunning. And today, like today, with it's much more clear today. They're gonna enjoy a lot just going around there. But even better, when they go all the way out of the valley, finally go south, when they will be flying in this area with Segura, Cazorla, and then into the plateau, that area is simply next level. It's spectacular. When Thailand Seglar is stopping there, Thailand Seglar is decided is about 970 meters there, and yeah, it's climbing, and apparently it's good. Yeah, okay, solid one. Let's have a look at the drift, what the drift can tell us. I think it's just mainly west here at the moment, and not really strong. He's able to do tight turn, but is not drifting that much. Very similar altitude. Thailand Segler was 1400 when he reached that thermal, and Maxim and the rest, they were the same, very much the same. So we can see how Maxim has decided not to stop and take the lead of the race. Meanwhile, Fran Reina is approaching Maxim from the right. I'm sure today they're going to try to be as close as they can. Fran is apparently, Maxim is trying to move a bit more to the left, probably because, yeah, exactly, turning back. Really is trying to turn, going back. Fran again, after just Maxim has decided, okay, if you go, I go. Helmut Ice holds as well, so they spot that their gaggle was created just on the south of their position, and they join the gaggle. Big gaggle there. The group just from the south of them, with Judith Vidic. They are flying also slow. Trim speed here, 38, 30, almost 40. This is trim speed. This one day not using any speed bite at all. Yes, only with the, we can display that as well. Why not? I mean, those gliders, those B-liners gliders, this is the standard nowadays, from even just nowadays from C class and on. You only use brakes in order if you want to turn, and that's all. But when you are gliding, it no matter if you are trim or no matter if you are speeding up a bit, you basically don't use the brakes anymore. You use those little bars on the B lines there, and because of that, what is happening, you don't brake, so the profile remains just maximum performance there. What you change instead is the angle of attack. So everything is clean or you win, and that definitely makes a completely different in terms of performance. So once you can fly that trim speed perfectly fine, only with the bars. Only when you detect that leaf, maybe, and of course the interesting thing, you find a leaf, but your intention is not to use it. Your intention is to pass the leaf and to continue flying. Then, yeah, I pull out the pedal. I don't use the speed bar, but I don't do anything else as long as the leaf is working. But if my intention is to turn, then yes, what I do is I just feel the thermal. When I feel it's the time to turn into the thermal, then yes, I lean into, I use my brake as usual, and it's the time to use the brake and all of that, all the things that we know how to. And this is how it goes. Nowadays with those B-liners, as soon as you start gliding, hands up, hands on the bars, and then you command the gliders from there. Well, we can see that after this first group, the second also is arriving in this gaggle, this massive gaggle. So after then, there is a queue as well, more spread. It's not a group, it's more like a long column of gliders also joining in this massive gaggle, when they are around 1800 meters, I think we should say how the temperature has been changing along these days. So today here, actually, we're going to need, I don't know, really cold water in a minute, because the temperature here started to be something unbearable.
I'm glad that the wind is picking up here, because the first 2 days that we were here, I mean, I wasn't going to bring a jacket because I live in the north of Spain, and I thought, I'm coming to Andalucia, I won't need a jacket, it's May. I'm so glad I brought my down jacket, because I was wearing it 2 days solid. It was freezing. And now I'm too hot.
Definitely.
It's really, and the wind is warm as well. It's definitely, and we're supposed to have 35 tomorrow, I think.
Yeah. We are. I saw the forecast this morning, and it was Spain is in the middle of 2 high pressure system. So obviously the situation as a general condition is improving. Creating, well, it's not stable, but definitely the temperatures all around out here, they are rising a lot. More than even yesterday from Miami, Malaga, so the way really, really hot. Okay, we can see that a group just left that thermal. In the meantime, we have actually 2 gaggles very close to each other. Let's have a look who is leading now. The Stefan Morgenhaler is now taking the lead. And he is followed by Yuri Peterlot. So that is interesting, because that pilot as well, that is okay as well in this first part of the race. That also pilot that maybe we won't see, normally we don't see leading the race. They're taking the moment, also to earn extra point with those leading point. That is totally okay. But I'm sure that sooner, for example, here I can see already Thielen Segler, not so far from that head of that group. Francisco Reina is also in this group. That is really nice for them as well, because as long as they have an eye on their competitors, for the moment that's okay. If they also leave all the pilots that they don't need to be worried about. Okay, you go first, you show me the way, I am protected with the group. They call that control position, dominant position, because I'm higher than them. I have a few guys that are in front of me, showing me what to do, but also I'm not so far from them. So if, for example, I spot that one of my direct competitors, they try to move the move, I'm just ready to react immediately, because I have pilots in front of me. And those, they're going to show me where to go, where not to go as well. But remember, we're not even reaching the first turn point, so it's pretty soon. We just 16 minutes since the start point. But it's still a long race today to happen.
Javi, in terms of keeping an eye on your competitors and seeing where everybody is, I've noticed that quite a few competitors have got mirrors on their hand, so that when they're controlling their glider on the brakes, they can actually look into their mirror and see who's behind them and who's following them.
Definitely.
And I was amazed how many people use them now.
Yeah, especially if you are in one of those final glides, and we are literally shoulder to shoulder, those moments are so critical, because you can use the speed bar, to reach more than 60, really nice speeds. But they need to play and also to try to somehow, cheat in the other guy. Once you put all the speed bar on, is what you have. There's no more that you can do. So they play on this last step and try not to show to the competitor everything you have. So the other one maybe think, that's it. So now I can make, and they are all the time and that's why they need to have those mirrors to say, well, okay, he's approaching now. I need to contrast that move. This is super cool to see how they, to think what next, how I can improve, what any other gadget that I put to try to. It's yeah.
Okay, we're starting to. They're very close to the turn point now. Stefan Morgenthaler from Switzerland started turning, although he's 1,304, 50 meters above the ground. But's obviously decided that he would like to top up a bit if the lift's very strong.
Well, also that could be as a part of the strategy as a team. I am the one who is scoring, you are the one who is supporting, but you move ahead a bit, show me how the thing is. We're not really in a rush at the moment, so it's about to keep moving. So that's why maybe well, he returned to the group, and now in the meantime, others are taking the lead. Some are Rauer at the moment, which is going to be, if nothing changed, is going to be the first.
Just to remind you of like who the scorers in the teams are. In this competition, it's 3 men and 1 woman. A lot of teams don't have women, but if it is, if it's not clear because you haven't seen the results or the national results, the Swiss team scoring pilots are Stefan Morgenthaler, Steve Cox, and Christoph Dunkel. So they're the 3 Swiss guys to look for. In terms of the scoring team, so their colleagues will try and help them and push them forward, because obviously that'll make the difference in the nation's score.
Okay, so when we were 19 minutes since the start point, Maxim Pinot finally was the first one pilot reaching the turn point number 1. Now they need to go for a long leg, now around 26 kilometers northeast direction. They will find themselves after that a few kilometers to the south of Baeza, and after that turn point they're going to be more to the east. I have to tell that mainly that area, there's not big mountains in the area until they reach Cazorla. There's going to be mainly around 500 meters as an overall, as an average there. They will find, yes, small hills, but nothing really important, not big mountains there. And yet again, olive trees everywhere.
We would call that undulating territory. Not hilly, not mountainous, but it's sort of undulating.
All right.
So
we see Maxim. Remember, from now on, leading points, they matter a lot. So that's why Maxim Pinot is there. It's not just by coincidence. He knows how important it is. And I can see, of course, Overhauser is there, but I'm looking for Thielen. And Thielen is there, which is basically 4th position in that group. Remember, Thielen definitely want to keep an eye on Maxim, but on the other side of that group is Stefan Morgenthaler, that also was leading that group for a while. What I'm looking for, what is...
Well, can I just say, Constance is right in the middle of that first gaggle. She's right at the front with the big boys. She's been a superstar this week, unbeatable so far.
There you go. Absolutely. I think that should be maybe in the first 15 or so.
Mm-hmm.
And I lost... here you are. Francisco Reina. Maybe on the first 20 or something in that group. They are now gliding below 1,000 meters above the ground. 55 kilometers an hour as an average speed. Thielen Segler opening more to the north. Everybody's generally, I can see everybody's generally moving towards more to the north. That ideally should be okay if the drifts here, again, they find below 2,000 meters, they find this northwest, because any leaf they find, the drift naturally, they will return them into the optimized line towards the next turn point. but we're going to see the terrain. Apparently they have a quarry on the side, but also they have in front of them they have a flat land with no olive trees. That is, the terrain apparently is different. That could be a potential thermal area. Let's see. Maxim stopping and turning there. Let's keep an eye on the drift. Everybody just going what Maxim is very quickly.
I'm just having a look on Pure Track to see if I can see the thermal strength that they're getting.
Well, Maxim just left the thermal, so it has, maybe it's not ideal. Again, it's looking for another one a bit ahead. It's just doing left and right, just trim speed, sniffing around here, but nothing solid. So after 360 or more, he just continue gliding there. There's another group a bit more on the south, and all those they're starting a very spread and wide gaggle. Maxim Pinot, followed by Michael Sommerauer
from Austria.
Thank you.
Yeah, the guys from Italy, from South Tyrol and from Austria, they've got some really difficult names to pronounce. Tobias Grossrubacher is possibly the most difficult in this whole competition.
Definitely. Okay, when we see Maxime Pinot even moving more to the north, 885 meters for him. The terrain is mainly flat in that area. Okay, turning. We can see lifting, but yet not to be something really powerful enough for him. So yeah, he goes 360. I leave the thermal, I continue, nothing solid to stay.
Well, the pilot that you're just showing, Zielko Owuka, he flew here last year in the PWC and was very comfortable in this terrain. Really likes it. So it's good to see him at the front with Maxime pushing.
Yep.
So yeah, Team Serbia.
From Serbia. All right.
And they're, scoring pilot, so they'll be pleased.
Wow, I think there's no best will to follow that Maxime Pinot.
Of course.
If you're able to follow him, of course, this is one of the best options.
Well, he's the one to beat, so if you're not sticking with him, you're not going to beat him.
Correct. All right. Well, mainly now, I think in this leg is about just to sniff around. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if it's too soon for some clouds to be seen. I don't see any. The cloud I see, they are really high level clouds. Nothing related to convective clouds.
Looking forward, I can see some small little cumulus.
Okay. Yeah, in that area I can see on the horizon away where Sierra Nevada is and so on. Yeah, definitely.
No, there's some closer to us.
Okay.
So.
But that could be a good news, because on the right side when they're going to beat, I'm sure on top of Cazorla there will be clouds. Okay, Maxim, 580 meters for him. Gliding 60 kilometers per hour now. Follow it by Michael Sommerauer. We've seen Christian Amon. We see also Selko Vuka. Thielen Segler with Julian Wirth, they are on the group behind them. Let's see what they have, because I have the feeling maybe they're gonna find small kind of cliff in a minute in front of them, which is mainly rocks there, and it's a kind of a line there, so that should be an area where potentially they could find something. They start to feel a bit low for me, you know, around 470 meters. A few that are turning around. Selko is turning around, but I don't know. 30, 33. Okay, okay. That, I think that's a good one for Selko. I think it's a good one. Look at the drift. It's west mainly, but also, let's see on the next turn.
The forecast wind for now is northwest at surface and at 1500 meters, but turning southwest above 2000. So I would say that's more west than northwest.
Maxim found something as well, a bit more on the north, not so far from them. So that could happen when they start turning, and if they're not so far from each other, eventually they can gather. I can see Michael Sumeawa going where Maxim Pinot is. Tobias is also approaching to them. They're going to use this drift to reach them on the way. They're generally drifting west and a little bit to the south, east, drifting to the east and generally southeast. So that was expected below 2000 to find that wind. So the more they're going high and the weather, the forecast is correct, maybe they're going to be more going northeast. All right, I can see. Wow, that is interesting because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 around 8 to 10 pilots, no, even more. That suddenly they got no information, no data on them. So hopefully we will get an update on them. But a gaggle is being created together as in this head of the race, turning to the left, creating this moving wheel because as they turn, they go with the drift. So Pierre-Remy, no PS to this group.
On Pure Track, I'm seeing that some of these pilots are getting climbs of 4 meters a second. 2 seconds ago, 17 seconds ago. So lift looks pretty good, better than forecast.
Okay, I have this is really accurate at the moment. It's true that today we don't see Jason on his own as usual.
Do you think Jason's decided that here pushing out alone is not the right strategy, that you need to wait, that pushing is for a bit later?
I don't know. I wouldn't dare to say what is in Jason's mind. It's really difficult to be honest.
But yes, we had a comment in the comment section that said it seems Jason is not pushing as hard as before, or it's too early to tell. Well, it's too early to tell, but we can't see him in the leader group at the moment. But to be honest, there's so many people in the leader group that it's difficult to actually, from where we are, to determine who's who unless we really zoom in. There's Jason Savov still approaching the first turn point.
No. He
data.
lost
No
information
data.
11 minutes ago,
Sorry.
so
yeah, no, we have
no idea where he is at the moment. But maybe he's right. Maybe Jesse decided today, well, I'm going to try something different. I'm going to stay with the group for a while. And let's see how it goes in this long task. Wow, okay. It's interesting because I know a lot of pilots, we don't have track on them. We have Stefan Morgenhaler drifting in a completely different direction, more to the north. Actually, like he was affected by southwest wind, passing 1600 at the moment on his own. And he has 2 goggles, more on the south. Most of the pilot at around 1600 and 1700 meters. And at moment, Stefan is approaching those 1700. But because we don't know, there are many pilots that at the moment that the tracking is not transmitting properly, we need to be patient until we recover that that information to know what's happening. Dylan Segler in that gaggle there. Stefan, now it's interesting because he's drifting again like he was in this south-west wind, passing 1760 meters. It means 1,300 meters above the ground for him. There is another group, a small one, about 6-7 pilots, in which one Francisco Reina Lagos is there. They're all of them above or between 1700 meters as well. Little by little, just moving ahead. We see, and okay, Dylan Segler now is leading the race. Unless, okay, let's see. Yeah, exactly. Maxim now is a bit behind in that group. So Dylan now is pushing 65, 66, 60, you know, around 65 kilometers per hour. So that is a good position for him because now leading points are really important. Still away from the halfway in this 24, 26 kilometers for the next turn point to happen.
So that leg is 30 kilometers.
30 actually.
30, yeah.
All right,
I've got the figures in front of me. So between turn point 2 and 3 is 30 kilometers.
Perfect. Okay, there you go. So it's still long way to go there. A few thermals just to make it. Now they're going to reach this line and with a bit rocky. That let's see if this is going to add a good lift area there. Dylan Segler climbing, doing nothing, holding more than 50 kilometers an hour. A few pilots just moving left and right because maybe they wanted to use the lift, but Dylan is just, as long as he's climbing, doing nothing, just continue his flight, passing that line, that rocky line that I mentioned. Now he's stopped climbing, so maybe no, he's not going to stop. He has now 1800 meters, almost 60 kilometers per hour speed. Followed by Helmut H. Holzer. Maxim is not so fast in the group and also overtaking a few pilots. Wow, we can see already a few pilots landed actually. We see Petra Silvova, Martin Kubicek. Kubicek. And Dimitri Roman I can see Jan Catavara, that is this in the last group of pilots. Not, I think they didn't make it yet to the first turn point. I'm going to recap again about the task of today, when we have a long task, 127 kilometers task. That is a race to go with a exit the start gate and 4 turn points before goal. The start point was or is not so far, actually maximum 2 kilometers I think, away from takeoff. After that, a short glide, 8 kilometers glide to the first turn point, northwest direction on the north side of Jaén city. Then they turn to the northeast, 30 kilometers leg for the next turn point, south of Baeza city. And after that, they go more to the east, generally northeast-east. And nearby Cazorla, they're going to turn almost totally south. They're gonna have this Sierra de Segura, Sierra de Cazorla on the left. On the first turn point, they will be turning straight to goal with a 2 kilometers cylinder to stop for the end of the speed section, and in a line 200 meters to validate the goal. Then that area will be in a plateau about 950 meters, but they, in order to arrive there, they need to pass 2 canyons that they have 200 meters in depth. The first one is a bit narrower, but the other one is a bit wider, but I expect that area is not going to be a problem for them. Again, they expected, because the forecast that converging it will appear there around the area. Cloud are expected in the mountain area between 3,000 and 3,500 meters. And because there is no restriction to go in altitude, and all along the competition area, if they can reach that high, they have no problem to do so. That's pretty nice. Also, there is no restriction in terms of airspace either. Alright, going back to the head of the race, still Dylan Segler pushing there. That is pretty good for him because he is putting a lot of leading point on his pocket. 61.60 for him, 900 meters above the ground, flying about the sea of olive trees, as is the general rule when you are flying, especially in that part of the valley there, flat area, millions of olive trees there. Maxim Pinot is just taking position more on the right side of that group, also around 930 meters above the ground, similar speed. Now he's holding a nice glide. Dylan is gently spreading a bit more to the north. I think it's slowing down and starting to turn. Okay, this is it. Here's an immediate reaction from the group behind him, converging everything. Everybody where he is, including Maxim Pinot, everybody is joining Dylan. So they're going suspected that a gaggle is going to happen there. Turning to the left in that gaggle, everybody. Remember when that happened, as a general rule, we said again, in order to behave, to be safe and do the right thing in a thermal, after the start point, you are free to choose where to go, left or right, doesn't matter. But as soon as a pilot goes in, the first one in the thermal, and decide to go no matter where, the rest of the pilot, they need to go the same direction. That's the rule. This is how it goes. No matter if you are higher or lower, you make yourself in the thermal and you show the rest where the thermal is. The rest they need to go with you. This is not the same before the start point when it's the race direction, the side the turn direction according what is it odd or even days, which is today. I think it was to the right, if I
It's
remember
right.
correctly.
On even days it's right, on odd days it's left.
Correct.
We've had another question from Gergo Tolnai about what other types of tasks are possible. The standard one these days is race to goal.
Well, they can modify the race like a bonifying as well, like for the sprint. They put some different features, but it's not normal at all. Just
No.
to see them as a standard, this is the model that we have. And also I heard even pilot is what they get to use that kind of race, and somehow the mindset is so well set nowadays that maybe even having, for example, remember that we talked before about those different start gates. So that is a bit different compared like a normal day. The options are there, they need to be used, but now, especially with those leading points that you mentioned, this is the model that mainly we will see, because even in a competition like this with that kind of, there's so much to think about all along the race that is suddenly in one day you change completely the model of the task. Maybe it won't be easy for pilot also to change the mindset to say, now what is supposed I have to do. So we could say that they're going to keep that.
I think technology has made such a big difference to competitions over the last 20 years. Just what the information that pilots get, the fact that your instrument tells you if you've got the height to get to goal or into the speed section or not, and then it's wrong because you do. I mean, if you think about where we've come from in terms of in the days when you had to fly up to a turn point and you had to position yourself at the right angle to take a photograph.
It was called FAI sector or something like that.
Yeah,
and take the reference.
Yeah, and it was like a castle on a hill or something that was quite prominent and easy to see. But you had to get yourself in the right angle to take the picture of it. And then you had to land and run with your film to the organisation, who would then take it to a 24-hour developer. And then they'd get the pretty pictures and have to see who managed to do the course. Well, that these days, what the information that we're watching it live. Well, it's slightly delayed, but if you think about what's possible now, I don't think. Well, I haven't heard of anybody coming up with a different format other than race to goal via X number of turn points. So
I think if something changes, mainly it could be it is about to be. Well, and we saw already, if the goal, for example, instead being a line, is going to be a cylinder for whatever the reason the race direction may consider, or if the start point is going to be, I don't know, enter or exit, or that could happen as well. This is something to think about. Sometimes they put a turn point before the start point. And normally, when they do this, it's because they really want to put the group away from the area. Many reasons to do so. I know, focus or restricted area that you don't want pilots to be there and waiting for the start point to happen. So you set a waypoint that they need to pass first in advance, and then you put the start a bit away. But that kind of thing, okay, we still can see that, but mainly the concept of race to go with the start gate, this is what you're going to see. Well, I
think there's more innovation in scoring than there is in task setting at the moment.
Yeah, I think basically the scoring is somehow defining the task that we're having today.
Yeah. I mean, there's innovations in time-based scoring and sprints. Well, it's not a thing really yet, but it's.
And it's the interesting thing though is if you go to the software, when you see the setups and everything is there. In what I'm trying to mean is, if they really want to, they can, because they can do whatever they want. The software is ready. But
yeah, and a big shout out to Jörg Ewald, who does all the civil stuff and programs all these things, and does the scoring, with collaboration with others. He talks to the scoring team for the PwC to try and align things. But yeah, we can thank Jörg Ewald for all the scoring innovations in civil.
Well, it's interesting to see how the French army is basically taking position on the head of the race. Like we see Julien Vert and we see Maxim, but also we see Honoran and many others that now they are taking position on the head of the race. Well, as a team, this is for nations. This is how it should be, because a scoring pilot, non-scoring pilot, they're going to support each other in this long leg for the next turn point. There was a moment when Honoran was taking position and leading for a short time until others just, well, many others. All the French pilots are basically together there. Maxim is a bit behind, but there's nothing to be worried about there. Dylan Mansley now is taking position with the top 3 at the moment. Remember that the system also that is in the scoring work with discard points. So we have a 25% of the total scoring to be discard. So now because we're passing the four tasks, it means now we have the full discard is applied. But because the competition is alive, you will see how the scoring is changing. It means if today the task that you're doing will be your worst, the discard that it was applied on you yesterday, it will be moved into today's, and so on, so on. So you will see also how the scoring is moving depending on your result. But even more important, depending on the total validity of the day. So ideally, in the past, the scoring was always 1,000 points, no matter the condition, no matter how, there was a few minimum, setups, like maybe pilots in the air, things like that. But at the end, no matter what, for example, forecast, there was, or weather was something not to be in account. So at the end, who won got 1,000 points. Now, this thing has changed completely. There's a formula that calculates, those parameters define the validity of the day, which means at the end it happens that the day got a validity of 80%. The maximum score that the winner of the task is going to get is actually 800 points. And because of that, this percentage, this validity is going to affect the rest of the pilot. Because of that, at the beginning, pilots were confused, and people trying to understand the scoring, they were a bit confused. They say, but why suddenly but if I got 800 points, it's not that good. Well, yes, it's actually the 100% of the available point to get. So, well done. This is how it is. But then when they discard, when they apply the discard, get a bit confusing at the beginning. Take a while to understand what you do. It makes a lot of sense. The idea behind this system is to reduce things like the concept of bad luck, for example, because at the end you need to risk yourself to try to lead the race for a moment, and of course condition may be not great for you in a moment, and then you be stuck yourself in a hill, and then the rest of the pilot pass you 1,000 meters above you. They're trying to compensate that, but also they motivates also pilots to do so, to take that risk and bonify you those moments. Also, obviously, it's really good as well for the show. Let's say that is also very true, because we will see those attacks, which is really interesting to see. And because they are discharged at the end, the score that is will be there is your best. This is how it is.
We've just had a question from Mithril. He says it's a stupid question, but there's no stupid questions. And it is, sometimes the leading pilots make a 180-degree turn back to join the thermal gaggle, like Pino did before the first turn point. How did you know what happened in the back? Well, I can't really speak for Maxim, but I've got 3 different theories on that. The first one we just mentioned, mirrors on their hands, on their gloves, so that they're pointing backwards, so that they can monitor what's happening behind them, just by looking without having to turn their head or anything. That's one possibility. The other thing is that the French are on group radio, so they're flying as a team. They've only got 3 male scorers, 1 female scorer, but the other team members are there to bring the nation forward. And they would probably give a shout out to say, I'm in a really strong thermal. And the third thing is that Julian Garcia, their team leader, is following them on the ground. When I was still going to goal, I was bumping into him and we'd stop and have a quick chat. And he's constantly on the radio, monitoring what's going on and giving team instructions. So, it may not be that Maxim has made that decision totally independently, that, he would have had either team leader instructions or team advice.
Yeah, definitely. I think by now we found out how intense the communication is in the team themselves, how often there are in permanent communication, especially the team leader is nearby. If they are controlling the rate, of course you did explain that pretty well. Maybe me as one of the best guys, a scoring pilot, I want to do something, but maybe I need to be approved actually by my team leader to say, but it's not the time. Stay there. This is one of the most interesting part of this competition, because that is completely different compared to lonely. When you are alone, you're not related to any team, but precisely France is in the top. This is currently leading the competition for nation, so it's really important for them to hold and to be as a team, and not to come on. All of them, they are extraordinary, the best pilots there, and I will be, if I would be, I don't know, Honoran for example. I totally understand if I feel the need or the I don't know how to say it. Like I want to push, I want to go, and I know how to. I know everything, but I need to hold myself because I'm not alone in this competition. So they need to find this balance between, being the lonely wolf or being with the group. But they are pretty good both at the moment.
Can I also say about the French team specifically? The French team is the largest team that's here at the competition. They have 7 pilots here. I think the second biggest is Germany, Spain. They've only got 6. And there's a reason for that, and that is that Luc Armand is the defending champion. He has the right to be here without, the 2 champions are allowed to come here by right. The only thing is that they're not allowed to score for their team. But if you've got somebody of the calibre and experience of Luc Armand on your team, obviously that's going to help you enormously. And having 7 top pilots, I said yesterday, 3 out of those 7 competing broke the French record, distance record, 460 odd kilometres 3 weeks ago. So they've got a real top level team, and if you've got 7 of them that can, and Constance Metital has won every task for the women. If you got that level of team, you're going to be able to push your guys forward, and you're certainly going to be able to give them good information in the air.
Absolutely. Well, it was interesting to see that Abel Vargas was flying pretty low, below 1,000 meters. So obviously the rest of the group, Julian Berth leading that group, was spotting him, and then they fly above him. But apparently that thermal wasn't good enough, so now they're pushing. We have Julian Berth, we have Abel Vargas, we have Roger Eisvacher, we have Maxim Pinot, and we have Dylan Segler as well in that group.
And Honoran,
of course. But now we have an update here, because there was a moment when Francisco Reina was leading that group, and then we lost data with him for a while. But now he's a bit behind in that group, but the position is not bad at all. All of them now are between 1,300 and 1,600 meters, and flying currently around 68 or 17 kilometers per hour at the moment, and that's quite fast. The little drift that I saw on Abel Vargas telling me that they're facing mainly west wind, and that's high.
But saying that, I've just had an update from the Inigo Redin, the meet director, who's on his way to second turn point, and on the ground they've got 10 kilometers an hour winds from the northwest.
Okay. Remember, okay, I think they're slowing down here. Yeah, trimming speed for Julian Bird, Abel Varga, and Onaran. Let's have a look at Vario. They are 800 meters above the ground. They're not really finding anything. They're speeding up again. But no more than 50 something. So here they're mainly flying, tailwind. But today the wind was between, again with the forecast that you did, that gave us before, between 11, and the higher they get, actually the wind decrease, right? Coming more to southwards and decreasing.
Decreasing, yeah.
Yeah.
I've just had a message from the safety committee. Eliega, never mind level 1, level 2, level 3. She said it's really, really nice out there.
Oh, there you go. That's really good to know. And I think no, for sure, the condition definitely they're going to improve as we move. When we are basically 1 hour from the start point, in 10 seconds we will be 1 hour away from the start point. So, and they are arriving actually to the turn point.
It'll be interesting to see who tags it first. Is it going to be
because
Maxim
we have different approaches.
or Carlo?
Oh. So one Carlo from the north. That could be. Yes, it's going to be him. It's nothing changed. Carlo Bonasic, 1 hour since the start point. Then we have Joachim Obenhauser. It's going to be the second. Anton Lovre the third, and then Philip Haag and Maxime Pinot. Massive group, super spread all around, from the west to the east, covering a huge area. They're able to see me well. They're turning generally more to the east because they are a bit away on the west side for the optimized route to correct the course. But the good thing, or apparently the good thing, is now they're going to face a small hill that they're going to have ahead, and because the wind is from the west, they're going to use this tailwind, moving into this, going up a bit in the terrain. Let's see if that help them. And well, actually, no. There's a few pilots that starting turning there, but 2-3 pilots trying to figure out what's happening there. Albert Vargas. Alright, around Albert Varga, apparently something is there. Honorang is there, Maxim is there, Thielen Segler is there, Steve Cox, Nuno Virgilio, Ernesto Inestrosa. Jason Sabat is finalist in this group. Now we know what Jason Sabat is. Marcelo Sanchez as well.
An interesting fact from the race direction is that the distance between the first pilot and the last pilot is 23 kilometers.
Wow. Okay. That's actually really interesting. We can see also Fran Reynes in this group as well. all the guys that didn't have to be there, they are there at the moment. Joining this gaggle. Let's keep an eye on how good this thermal is. Our panel is a good one. When we saw also real footage from that thermal from the rest direction, you can see already in the screen, rising nicely there in that thermal, but look at the drift, is quite northwest, so they drift into the southeast towards, they're going to cross this optimized line in a while. There will be, how long is the next leg? It will be also more than 20.
Between turn point 2 and 3, it is 34 kilometers.
Probably the longest.
It's the longest leg
right,
of the task.
Okay.
Yep. And now that it's 4 o'clock, I'll just give you an update on the forecast. It was supposed to be northwest at surface 12 kilometers an hour, decreasing to 9 kilometers northwest at 1500 meters, and only 6 kilometers an hour southwest at 2000 meters. So we haven't actually seen anybody much higher than 2000, if that.
Roughly.
Yeah.
When I saw that the highest was 2030 meters or something like that, but no.
So that's interesting because cloud base was predicted to be between 3,000 to 3,500, and it's not there yet.
No, but normally what happens with this level of competition, if they find a really strong one, definitely they go for more in high beyond 2,000, 2,005 or whatever they need. But as soon as they feel they're going to push, they don't reach the top of the thermal at all. They abandon, and they use that as a plan of as attack plan to try to surprise your competitor. Okay, here around 1500, and the drift is different. It's changing. So actually, is what the forecast it says is changing more to the west, the wind coming from west. So let's see, the more they go in altitude and they continue rising, eventually also the drift will change, and we will see the southwest appear, forming a gaggle that apparently also not really stable. It's just there, but a few pilots are spreading. When they're not really high, they are 16, 1400. Selko Ovuka is abandoned the group there, more moving forward, and again it's just turn to turn. 1500 for him, found another leaf there on his own, and the rest are reacting and going towards him. Francisco Reina is one of those. Nuno Virgilio.
Yeah, talking of Zelko Ufka, you know that he's the current civil president.
Okay.
And competition organizer as well. So it's nice for him to fly in one of his own competitions.
Oh. Just to say something. It's okay. So Dylan Mansley as well. So nothing has changed in this group. Is all the big guys, or mostly all the big top 20 or so are there. I got an update, and one pilot that was with no data for a while. But yeah. Now, Marcelo. When he has 1900 meters, is pushing and climbing as well. So he's a very good line for him. Honorang is with him. Marcelo pushing. and now stopping. Honoran decided to turn to the left in that leave, and Marcelo is going more to the south, turning to the right. Passing 2,000 meters now. This one is really good and climbing fast, really fast at the moment. 2040, that's a very good one. Probably in this one, if they stay there, is one going to see for the first time more than 2,300 or so. Let's see what happened here. They decided, oh, they're still climbing, no matter. Oh, this is a good moment. These three pilots, Honoran attacking now. Very clear attack from Honoran here. Completely in the right direction towards the next waypoint. 61, 62 for him. More than 2,000 meters for him. Followed by Marcelo Sanchez, second position at the moment. And Carlo Bonasic on the third one. All of them holding positions, 65 kilometers an hour, 2,000 meters. And just nobody's turning anymore. This group just is moving as a swarm all together. Francisco Reina is also in this group. Maxim, Jason Savov finally is here as well. We can now, let's see, okay, here we have it.
Yeah, gliding at over 60 kilometers an hour. How fast are the front ones? Or no, how fast is he gliding?
It's really weird to see Jason Savov flying in a group. We can see slightly correcting the trajectory towards northeast, more into the optimized line. Let's have a look, because obviously it's a long leg. We can see how spread the line is.
Yep.
As you said, 23
kilometers.
kilometers before, you know, from the first to the last one. It's a long one. It's really long. Also, we can see a pilot lander, Rui Aguiar. No way.
Well, there's no data at the moment.
No data.
And there hasn't been for 2 minutes. So.
No, that could be a shame. That could be really sad to see that Rui Aguiar's landed. I hope not. I hope it's just a bug or something on the tracking. Well, I think when I use this timing while they are gliding towards the next turn point, because it's a long one, we're going to have a little break here, about 5 minutes or so, and we will back with you as soon as possible. Looking forward to be covering this the rest of the race, so stay tuned. We keep you with just the race going. We'll be back soon. Hello.
Welcome back.
Here we are.
Yep, we had a short 5-minute break. We had a bit of excitement because a helicopter came over us and started circling, and we thought, that's the last sound you want to hear in a paragliding competition. But it wasn't an air ambulance, it was the police helicopter. They did a couple of turns, had a look what we're up to, and then went off on their business. So, no drama. But drama in the race. Yasin Savov.
Yeah, I think somehow we were waiting for that classic Justin Savov move just to happen, and finally it happened. So he is now putting a lot of distance between him and the rest of the group. Again, just a classic Justin Savov flying really low at the moment, 750 meters about in total, with now lifting 400 meters above the ground for him. There was a moment when also the French Maxim, I think he was also pushing from the group, and now all of them together, that group is quite solid together. I guessing more or less that could be happily 25, 30 pilots in that group. And Roger Eiswacher is on the head of that group. But Thielen Segler, Maxime Pinot, Honoran, Francisco Reina is in this group as well. All the people that they had to be at the race, at the head of the race, are in that group. They're followed by another group, and in the middle they have a small number of pilots as well. And we can see more and more pilots are scattered all along the way. Yet again, that changed completely the way that you approach to a race or especially a task like today, when the race is really long and you are not with the rhythm of the group that is going ahead. Definitely, it's going to take much longer, and it's going to make the race much more difficult for you. We can see already a few pilots also landed nearby the second turn point. Petra Dudik, Rui Aguiar, that still we don't have information from him since 20 minutes at the moment.
He's on the
so
ground.
Probably that could happen. It's not the first time, that because the altitude, it's we don't have any update of him. But we expect that nothing has happened. It's just because the no signal situation. Aurelius Andreliunas is as well landed. But let's go again where Justin Savov is, because basically it's midway in this long 32 kilometers.
34.
34. 34 actually, on the way to the next turn point. So recalling what is happening today in this long task that we have, is a race to goal with a fourth turn point. Is a total of 127 kilometers. A race to goal with an exit the start gate. After the start gate, that is 2-3 kilometers ahead from the takeoff, going north-west. They have a short glide, 8 kilometers. Then after that, they turn to the northeast, 30 kilometers in length, and for the first leg to the next turn point, and Baeza, and the south of Baeza, changing course more to the east, 34 kilometers on the next turn point. After that, they go straight, basically south direction, and where Hinojares is, Hinojares village, another final turn point, going to the east for the final leg, a short one to goal, in which one they need to fly above 2 canyons with a 200 meters in depth, finally arriving into a plateau 950 meters in height, where the goal is, 2,000 kilometers radius to stop the goal, end of the speed section, and inside that one they will find a line of 200 meters to validate the goal. We are 1 hour and 30 minutes since the start point, and they're arriving there on the way to this third turn point. Yasin Savov trying to go in altitude here as classic Jason, putting a lot of distance for a while, really being super aggressive, which is not bad in terms of earning leading points, but in after that you struggle and you're not able to recover those 2,000 meters. It could be ideal to move. Well, Jason, the tactic that we are spotting on him these days is as soon as he's not satisfied what he has or he found, he just decides to move forward, not being really high. So this you need to be really strong mentally to be in that situation. Meanwhile, we can see how Maxim Pinot is pushing in this group that they're chasing Jason Sabot when they have 1,700 meters, flying 67, almost 70 kilometers an hour. Francisco Reina is chasing Maxim Pinot. Onaran chasing Francisco Reina Lagos, third in this group. They're going to overtake Jason Sabot in minutes, in nothing. Just they're there. Piferre Abad. Álvaro Romero, just pretty close to Francisco Reina, next to Onaran. Stefan Morgenthaler is also in this group. Marcelo Sanchez, just behind Álvaro Romero. The Spanish team is there. Remember today, sadly, 2 members of the Spanish team no were able to be in the air even today because they got sick, because a gastroenteritis is a virus. So I saw only Jose Jimenez Belda, and he was really struggling. I didn't see Luis Martinez Iturbe, but they told me also it was not good at all. Hopefully it will be only today, and hopefully we will see them back tomorrow, being completely recovered or as recovered as possible and able to fly, because all of them there were really doing really nice.
I've got some no news from the race direction. They're close to Peal de Becerro, and there the ground wind is around 15 kilometers northwest.
Okay.
And also from the chat board, Antonio Aguiar, I don't know if that's Rui's brother or his dad, or his cousin, but he says that he's landed but he's all right, so there's nothing to worry about.
Perfect. Okay, that's good to know. We have also 3D footage at the moment, where most of the Spanish people, the Spanish pilot, are. Maxim Pinot taking the lead of the race. This is pretty good for him, because in that part of the race, leading points are crucial. Really, really important. Maxim is pretty good. What we saw task by task after task, how he is in control of the race, putting himself ahead and pushing, accumulating and earning a lot of those leading points. So that could happen at the very end of the race. Maybe another pilot decides to be more aggressive, and even like the other day, even Francisco Reina was able to win, or not win, just to arrive first to goal at the end because of the leading point. Maxim won the task. Jason struggling there, not really in altitude. Well, yeah, now he's climbing, so hopefully that would be a good one for him. Meanwhile, the group that is just chasing Maxim Pinot, I think they saw him, and then trying to use the thermal that Jason is showing to them. Maxim, in the meantime, moved a bit more to the north, with 850 meters above the ground. Francisco Reina braking also to the north, basically when Onoran Amad is. Marcelo, they're going to be reunited in a moment. Alvaro, Marcelo, and Francisco. Thielen Segler also behind Onoran, next to Marcelo. Looks like all the group is just regrouping together. Meanwhile, Maxim is on his own completely. More on the right, more on the east side. Yes, fighting for those leading points. Exactly, they're stopping here in this area, but not Maxim. Maxim just continue on his own, trying to put some distance between the group and himself. It's keeping around 60 kilometers here, 65 now. Maybe he saw the reaction on the group that they was holding and going in altitude, and I say, okay, now is when I need to push a bit more. But then suddenly he found something. I can see how he's climbing here and stopping and turning. That is really interesting because the rest of the group is 1500 climbing nicely. Zillensengler reacting, abandon the group, going where Maxim is, followed by Marcelo and many others. Just decided, okay, Maxim is stopping, let's go where he is. Maxim, immediate reaction, he saw the rest and he say, okay, no, if you come to me, I'm not going to stop, I'm going to continue. He has 1200 at the moment. He found something, it's not sure, it's in doubt, it's just testing but not completely sure. He continues. Meanwhile, the rest of the group, Jonathan, Marin, Zillensegler, Marcelo, Tobias, Joachim Noverhauser, also in there, Matteo Giuliani. Jonathan Marin next to Zillensegler when they are 1300 above the ground, 800 meters above, 13 meters in total, 800 meters above the ground. Maxime Pinot, keeping pushing, leading the race, 670 meters for him above the ground, 60 kilometers per hour for him, moving, changing the line. This is another interesting point. Sometimes you are gliding and you are holding a line for a while, but suddenly the line is not good enough. What you do is you just change for a little bit your line to the left, to the right, and then because if the line is not good and you are sinking, there's no point to stay much longer in this one that you're going any profit of it. What you do is simply you drift a bit more to the right or to the left. Doesn't matter, it's about to test where are you or where you are, and then maybe you find a better one and then you recover. Just speed out again and you continue. Maxime Pinot stopping here. He found something, testing, completing a 360 turn here, lifting. He is climbing here. Obviously, the rest they're going to catch him if he doesn't stop. .360 for him, and he continue. So obviously now the distance between him and the rest of the group is shorter. Maxim turning again. Here we go, another 360 for him. It means that the rest of the group is going to catch him. He's 100 meters more or less higher, but I can see a few pilots that they have exactly the same altitude at him. So at the moment they managed to neutralize him, that attack. But now the group is not that group, is a long tail of pilots.
I've just been looking what's been happening a little bit further back, and we had two quite distinct gaggles together, and the gaggle with Jose Molek and Pepe Malecki and a few of those managed to make up some ground whilst they were thermaling. They were pushing quite hard, and there's sort of a congealing of the two chasing packs happening. So the ones that were slightly behind on the course line have made up some ground on the lead gaggle.
Interesting there. When we see that maybe we're gonna see a gaggle in a minute at the head of the race. More and more pilot and joining there. Jonathan Marin, Zillensegler on the top. At the moment, all of them, they're turning. We can see how clear the drift is here. Northwest wind. more and more pilots moving into that direction, trying to reach what Maxim Pinot is climbing, passing 1600 at the moment with Jonathan Marin and many others. All right. When we can see, and finally the goggle is set, turning to the right, the moving wheel drifting to the southeast, passing 1700 and more, 1800 for Maxim Pinot. Approaching to the next turn point. Another group of 4 pilots arriving that goggle, and another one for 12 or 11 pilots. They will be able also to join that group, and they are higher, they're arriving higher than before. It's going to be a massive goggle at the head of the race. The drift is quite clear here. We can see how clear the wind is coming from northwest. So remember, the more they drift in that direction, the more they will need to correct the direction in order to go to the next turn point. I'm going to look at the... Well, the good thing is the waypoint, the radius is quite big. It means that even though they drift too much or a lot, they will be able to, not without the need to correct too much towards north, so they will be able to fly more to the west. And then after that, what could happen is once they reach a bit more on the south side, the turn point, they will be immediately on top of the mountains, on top of the Sierra de Cazorla. If the convergence is working already there, and they are spotting clouds with the expect they're going to be precisely on top of this mountain, that is great. That is actually a good tactic to use. I drift in here, but then I let myself more with the more tailwind component. That's okay, because once I arrive to the turn point, there is still the radio. The radio is telling me I'm good. It's not the optimized, but it still is pretty good. It's not the shortest, is what I'm trying to say. But in terms of lifting, in terms of lift, is much better, because I'm going to finish on top of the mountain with clouds above me. And the only thing I need to do at the moment is just to follow those clouds, because the mountain, they're heading to south. So we'll see what happened there. Massive goggle here. When we see reaction, Stefan Morgenthaler leaving the group, 2,190 meters. Helmut Eidholzer. It's interesting to see pilots that normally wouldn't see just pushing ahead of the race, just taking the chances. That's okay. Thielen Segler is also attacking, is abandoning the group. 2,270 meters and climbing. Still not stopping climbing here for him. And more and more and more. 60, 65. Continue climbing. So, like I said, as long as you are attacking and you are in that lift, why I'm going to keep turning? I keep pushing. Immediate reaction from the rest of the group. Honorat, Maxim, Sebas Ospina is also there. Pierre-Remy. Philippe Haag is there as well. Tobias. Okay, everybody just following Thielen Segler, following Thielen, Helmut, Stefan. Again, this is nice for those that leading the competition, because suddenly they have pilots that not really need to be worried about them, but definitely they're going to use them. I say, okay, let's see what these guys they're going to show me. because in terms of scoring, they're not worried about them, but definitely they're going to be really helpful. Correcting gently the course, moving east-northeast. On a run, Maxim, after Thielen Segler. 67, 66 kilometers per hour. 2,300 meters for Honoran. 2,400 meters for Maxime Pinot. That was a very good thermal, that last one.
Yeah, Stefan Morgenthaler is a Swiss, very, very experienced pilot. He's been flying at top level in the PwC for a long time. And Heli Eichholzer, Austrian pilot, 3-time participant in the X-Alps, also a veteran of Austrian paragliding. Both very experienced pilots, followed by Slovenian Thielen Segler. So they're a group of guys who know what they're doing at the front. So, you know, they're, as Javi says, great guys to follow.
Definitely.
And to mark what's happening ahead.
I mean, as pilot, I wonder for pilot that really have a lot of experience, and for example in the Alps, and suddenly they fly here in those flat lands. For them, could be like a, well, that's not normally the playground that I use. When they are not so far for the next turn point, where they're going to change completely the course after going all the way between northeast to east. Slightly going to do a big break. Now they're going to be almost 90 degrees, basically 90 degrees, towards south, generally southeast. .55 for Stefan Morgenthaler. Thielen Segler just overtaking Helmut. Second position in this final approach to this turn point. And just behind them, the big group with also big names, a lot of, basically the main cavalry of French team, Honoran, Maxime Pinot. Final approach, the waypoint. Maybe Thielen Segler is going to try to overtake Stefan in this final approach. Yeah, there it is. Accelerating and passing Stefan. 3, 2, 1, there it is. Okay, taking the lead of the race in that fight for those leading point here. Taking first position when he has 1600 meters, 1000 meters above the ground.
Yeah, while we watch the race to the turn point 3, can I remind everybody that if you would like to send us questions for pilots in goal, either specific pilots or just generally, please try to send them to us in the next half an hour or so before they get to turn point 4, and we'll try and pass them on to our man on the ground in goal and see if we can get those questions answered for you.
I think this is a great opportunity, you know, for all of you guys that really want to know something, whatever, you know. That's the thing that makes this question much more interesting.
Yeah, of course, we can't guarantee that they'll have mobile coverage. So that's been the bane of this competition's life. Our man in the skies, Louis Tapper, has had loads of problems with coverage, so we haven't been able to bring you any in-flight footage because coverage is just too poor here. Yesterday we had problems getting the goal videos back because they were driving for kilometres and kilometres and kilometres and there was nothing. We did manage to get them at the last minute when I'd already said no goal videos this evening, and then suddenly they appeared. But I'd rather look a fool than than not show the videos. So if you've got any questions, please let us know.
Well, final approach, we are pretty close, and yet again some position has changed, and just on the head of the race, Stefan Morgenthaler overtaken and taking the lead, and Helmut also taking the second position or the head of the race, Dylan Segler on the third, Jörg Vidic, Maxim Pinot, and just between Sebas and Marcelo Sanchez, and that next position, the fifth position, we will see. I think it's going to be Helmut, the one reaching the third waypoint. Stefan breaking to the south, definitely going to be Helmut Holzer in 3, 2, 1. Alright, here it is. Second will be Stefan Morgenthaler on third position, arriving to the third waypoint is Dylan Segler. I'd like to know how the conditions are in that situation, because now they have those mountains pretty close. I would like to know if there are clouds at there, because that definitely is going to change. If I can see clouds not so far from me, well, definitely I'm going to try to go as soon as possible nearby those mountains and under those clouds. Well, Stefan, Dylan, Helmut, they continue towards the mountains, heading to the south, but generally the south is where the mountains are in Sierra de Cazorla. All the group behind them just chasing them. 1100, 1200, the group behind them higher, 1500 for a few pilots there. Definitely, if nothing changed, I don't think they're going to stay in the optimized line, because also it's a good tactic just to go towards the mountain and then use the line, the mountain direction, just to glide using the lift that they're going to find there towards the final waypoint. I guess this one is more than 20, it will be 20 something. How long this length could be? I don't know, you don't have that data for us.
It's 26 kilometers this leg.
All right. Okay, really cool, really nice to see how this group is spreading more to the west, more to the east. Keeping an eye on what's happening ahead. Helmut Holzer just trying to turn something, but not really. Also, Jörg Vidic trying to explore in the area. When we have Helmut again turning. Stefan Morgenthaler completely changed the position, referring to the group a bit more to the south, on his own now, next to the road. Below 300 now, apparently is no, his holding is sinking, but the rain is also going a bit going down from 600 meters to 650 or so, but he is about 300 meters above the ground. There's a gaggle that is being created there on the very top head of the race. 1200 meters. That's 1200 meters. 1200 meters. 1400 meters or so as an average in that group. Turning to the right in that gaggle. More and more pilot joining. Drifting southeast. The drift is not bad because that drift is going to take them into the mountain. That's okay. So I can use the group and the goggle as a drift as I'm drifting there into this line, because also the wind is very nice according to how the mountains are orientated. So the mountains are going gently from the north east to the southwest. Is completely aligned with the northwest direction. This is another good point. So as I drift in and gently going in high, I'm going to find myself with the combination with the thermal lift, and also potentially also with a bit of dynamic lift if I find enough face of the mountain, facing the wind and creating a bit of dynamic lift. So we'll see. We can see two goggles, almost two goggles. One much more well defined on the north side, the other one kind of spreading and not really well set. They are nicely climbing in there, passing 1800 at the moment. Really nice to see how they move. The goggles sometimes spread a bit, but they hold the same turn direction. They congregate again. Few pilots got spread here. Another pilot got spread a bit, but eventually they converge again. So probably that is indicating that the thermal is quite big, it's quite wide. And remember, the more pilots are together, the less chances they have to use the thermal properly there, because on the goggle, inside the goggle, you cannot go for the core, because it's impossible. There's no room for everybody, so they need, at the end, they need to align themselves and find position in which there's room for everybody to stay in the goggle. So usually what happens, the core remains with nobody in, which is the stronger part of the thermal, but nobody's able to use it, just for safety, safety matters, so nobody can stay in. And they continue drifting. And we have reaction here. Honoran is taking the lead. Let's go in number 70 kilometers for remember now they're using completely tailwind here. 73, 74, 75. It's a good glide for him. Sebas behind, Jonathan Marin behind, Helmut fourth position, Roger, Eiswacher, Philly Haag, Pierre-Remy, Till Segler, Maxim Pinot a bit behind. Today Maxim is, I think, wasn't the one who basically, he was pushing for a while, earning a good amount of leading, but very soon there were many other pilots that were taking the head of the race. So my wonder if I don't know, it's just maybe the other pilot I decided to be more aggressive. It makes sense, because we're passing the half the competition, so it's time for whoever wants to be in this top 10 or also aiming to be in the final podium. They need to make their moves.
Just some news from the course line. You wanted to know if there's any clouds.
Yep.
And there are small cumulus forming.
There you go.
And it's 5 o'clock, so the forecast was that it would be northwest winds after turn point 3, 15 kilometers an hour northwest, and I think we can see that in the drift, that they're going nicely southeast. So they're being assisted by the wind, and actually the wind is much stronger at surface than it is at altitude.
Well, definitely, if there are clouds, those pilots are spotting them, and they're going to use them as well. And here the terrain is gaining altitude quickly. So in a moment there will be in a hill below them, 1,500 meters. And then we need to go a bit further. We'll be there when the highest part of those peaks are around 1,750 meters. Whenever they will be there, they will be able to turn gently to the southwest, and I expect is where the cumulus are. Even I can see already from the distance here, not so close, I can see some cumulus clouds forming, and they are not so far. This is pretty close from here, so if that is happening here for sure, that's happening in those in Sierra de Cazorla.
I'm just looking to the back of the race. There's still pilots who've only just passed turn point 2 and still on their way to turn point 3.
Oh, wow.
So it's very spread out today.
Very, yes.
It is the longest task so far this competition, but I'm just surprised at how, literally the 34 kilometer leg, the second one is.
Any name interesting in?
Well, I mean, names like Eusebio Suarez is there from Portugal. Julia Jaus from Germany and Rasa I'm so sorry, I can't say her surname. I've never have been able to. Those two are flying together, I would say not quite halfway. No, about a third of the way along that course line. There's also a gaggle much further south. And that's got Anca Tavera and Silvia Ventura from Italy. Anca's the team leader for Romania. And there's quite a little gaggle together. Turkish team leaders in there as well, Madalina Janaway, Sara Luvik. Yeah, quite a little gaggle in the middle there, and yeah, very spread out.
Well, also very interesting what's happening at the head of the race. Honorang is pushing when he is below the summit of the mountains, because the mountains there is 1800, and Honorang is now is climbing. Finally is climbing 1730 meters for him. So it's basically just facing the side of the mountains that are receiving this northwest, but not really climbing. It's just a soft climb for him. So he's using this gently lift to move and to have the mountain on his left. So this is what's happening. He has basically on the summit here, and he is in this position. So with this soft lift that he has, he's using to keep using this lift and glide. And now finally he's turning. And finally he saw something. The group is with him. There's no distance of creating the gaggle. Passing 1800 at the moment, and drifting again to the southeast, so very clear northwest wind all the way.
We've just had a question from Matteo Villet, which is, will the wind direction change after turn point 4 when they go over the mountains? And that's what the forecast says, that towards the goal the surface wind will change to 13 kilometers an hour south, and this is after 6 o'clock, and we're just after 5 o'clock now, but by the time they get to near goal it should be south, both at surface and 1500 meters. But at altitude, at 2,000 meters, it'll be west, and at 3,000 meters, it'll be northwest, 19 kilometers an hour. So given that the last leg is to the east, they should be able to find a favourable line if they don't find convergence.
Correct, which also will be interesting, because in this final leg, finally the wind is completely from south, and they were heading mainly to ease. It means, and especially 20 kilometers per hour is something that to keep in account. It's not just a gentle breeze that basically they're going to face completely this crosswind for this final leg. Well, definitely that will make more difficult this final leg. But yet again, if you are affected by the convergence at the same time, it will be very easy to stay high, or also if the clouds are spotted as well. Well, this contrasts with the wind, because the convergence, what happens is you are on the side, as the convergence can move it, you are on the side when the ridge comes from one side. Well, this is where the south is coming, but if you are more on the other side on the convergence, actually the wind is exactly the opposite direction. So those breezes, they slow down and then they rise together, and on top of the convergence, what you see the cloud streets. So yet again, if they spotted that, what they can do, instead of using the optimized line, they will stay where the most the stronger this lift is, because they're convergent, and finally they abandon in the last moment the convergence just to go to goal. That could be as well. Well, again, Thiel and Segler today is taking the lead. It is quite interesting to see, because now Maxim Pinot is trying to react and go again to the head of the race, but Thiel and Segler is doing a very nice move here and putting himself in the top of the race in the fight for those leading points, followed by Lukaman and Roger Heitzwacher, and finally also Juraj Vidic and Maxim Pinot in the 5th position. And then Darko, Julian Verth, Honoran, Helmut, Matteo Giuliani.
You got the scoring French team together again. Maxime Honoran, yep. Pierre-Emile and Luc Armand showing them the way.
Yeah.
Team France flying as a team again, trying to maximize their team flying and ability. It's amazing to see.
It's amazing to see, because even though there are all the names, you're not able to gather any other team together but the French team.
Yeah, the Swiss, it's often Roger Eschbacher and Stefan Morgenthaler together. They came into goal together on
that is true.
task 3. So yeah, but the French, they've really got this team flying thing down. There comes Julian Wirtz. I can't see his name now, but Jonathan Marin was in there as well at the front.
Yeah, definitely he was. I don't know where he might be now. But we have no data at the moment.
Okay.
For him, that's why we don't see him. Well, they're correcting a bit the direction. I think they're using the mountains, because the mountains naturally goes now into south-west direction. The altitude is pretty good. It's 2,000 meters when they have below 1,450 meters. Honoran now is taking the lead of the group. Pierre-Emile, Julian Wirtz, Juraj Vidic, Roger Heitzwacher is just passing Honoran at the moment.
Yeah, the Swiss are overtaking on the outside.
75. Okay. Changing again direction. Southeast again. It's really nice to see how they, as soon as somebody turn, it really looked like a swarm of birds, like a moving something live. I love that. When that happened naturally, one generally change the course, but somehow they're connected, and then all of them, they modify the course naturally.
Just some news from the course line. We're getting a report that near Huesa,
Huescar. No?
Huesa.
Okay.
Maybe it's a typo. But near Huesa, we'll just try and show you where that is.
I think.
Yeah, Huesca. Sorry. Near Huesca, there's very light winds at
No, you're right. Huesa. Sorry, you were right.
Right. Okay.
You were right. Sorry.
Near Huesa, that's where the meet director's at the moment, and he's reporting that there's very light winds at ground level, but from there it's possible to see bigger cumulus along the course line. And that's where the convergence area is. So that might be the thing that really helps the pilots out when they get down there.
Well, one of the things that we saw according to the forecast, those cumulus clouds, also an important thing to keep in account is the depth of the cloud. Ideally, when you want nice cumulus clouds for paragliding or sails or hang gliders, what you want is the typical cumulus that it has kind of a triangle shape and never goes really go in depth. And but as soon as the clouds start to be more like a ball at the beginning and then create more like a column, is when you need to keep an eye on the cloud to see how much the cloud develop, because eventually it can, well, and especially there are more clouds nearby and they can join and create a bigger system. They eventually can develop into a stormy cloud, a cumulo-congested or cumulonimbus. But I'm looking actually to those pictures that look lovely cumulus cloud that I'd love to be down there.
We've just got a photo from the course line.
I told our pilot today, Louis Tapper, when he said, "Okay, guys, I'm heading out. I'm ready to get into fly." I say, "Today is one of those. I have a lot of envy. I'm really enjoying. Don't get me wrong. I'm really having a good time here. Just telling you what is happening here. But when I knowing the place and I saw the task, it's like, geez, okay, this is one of the ones that you really want to fly with them." Big gaggle at the head of the race. Meanwhile, we have two lonely pilots, more on the west side. Stefan Montenhaler, Yuri Pitelaud, just flying more to the southwest, holding a very nice height, 2,290 meters, flying almost 70 kilometers an hour. The gaggle on the east side, around 2,500, some of them 2,400 for most of them, drifting gently to the southeast. When we have more reaction, Martin Peth and Roger Eiswacher just gliding down to southwest. Those two pilots, Roger Eiswacher and Martin Peth, aligning with the mountain direction. They're using also the mountain, probably there are also clouds there, and they're using them to glide into the southwest direction. The good thing, if they do so, finally, well, they can find themselves, as I said, if they stay all the way down on top of the mountain, well, they can even go more to the south, and just it's up to them. If they find that the conversion is helping them all the way, well, nothing else to do. Just stay under the conversion until they get to the goal. But also, maybe if the wind is coming more from the southwest, they can head up, they can stand the glide and then use this wind to recover and go with the tailwind towards the goal. But hopefully they will be able to reach the conversion, whatever that might be. Now it's very clear that we have two groups created, one still in the goggle turning, another one more to the west. In the meantime, we have scattered pilots just leading the race. Is in between Stefan Morgenhaler and Roger Eiswacher at the moment, but they're going little by little. I think they're going to find themselves. Martin Perth is turning and climbing. 2,266 meters for him is a good one. Drifting south east. The goggle doesn't stop when I think they're going to reach for the first time in this race 3,000 meters. They are passing now 2,800. So in no time, because this climb is pretty good in that thermal on around for example is in there, so they're going to reach this 3,000 meters really soon. Stefan Morgenhaler approaching to the peak on that area, trying to find something. Meanwhile, Roger Eiswacher continue the line completely to southeast. When he's about 2,450 meters, Martin Perth in another good one, 2,370 meters, drifting gently to the southeast. Passing 3,000 meters in the goggle, on the group behind, Maxim Pinot abandoned the group. Lucaman behind him. Federico Bronmanzona.
So just going back to the front of the race with Stefan Morgenthaler and Roger Eiswacher, they're teammates, and Stefan's the scoring pilot, and I think that Roger's going ahead in order to find something for him to bring his teammate on. They're really good friends, they love flying together, they're on the same glider, and like I said, they came in together at Team 3 when they pushed each other all the way to the end. So I think there might be some team tactics going on there.
Definitely, it's a very good point. Makes a lot of sense to me. Marco Buscetta, Abel Varga, Roger Pifarré, which is basically from also the Spanish team, approaching more from the west side, where Stefan Morgenhaler and Yuri Pitlaud is. They are there, but they're going to find them, they're going to reach them in no time. In the meantime, well, we cannot track at the moment Martin Peck when he was turning and passing 2,500 meters, so we go more to the south, and we can see Roger Eiswacher on his own, about 2,300 meters.
He's really going for it this time.
Yeah,
Wow.
Definitely he's putting now relevant distance between him and the rest of the race, because remember, now the conditions are improving more and more. They're going to find a conversion ideally, but also there are clouds in this area, so definitely it will get easier to stay high all the way for the rest of the race. 63 for him, so he's flying. He has a good speed. Maxim Pinot, look, come on. 70 kilometers per hour for this group on. With them, Ernesto Inestrosa as well in this group. Federico Bronanzone joining the group, gliding with them. Pierre-Remy. So definitely all the French team just holding together. Ferdinand Fogo, Alexander Salzberg, Philip Haag, Thielen Segler is with them.
We've just had a quick question on the chat board from Matteo Villar, which is how high can they go today? There is no altitude restriction. They can go as high as they want to or can get. There's no airspace, there's no altitude restriction.
So ideally, according with the cloud-based forecast that we have, they should be able, if they want, to be in between this 3,000 up to 3,500 meters. But I don't think we won't see 300 and 3,500 meters. But they never they reach the tall thermals. They don't need it. As soon as they calculate or they want to attack, they go, as we can see, for example, in Roger Eiswacher, it's attacking Right, so at the moment putting a nice distance between him and the group. He is still holding more than 65 kilometers an hour and is 1900 in total. However, the group behind him is they are above 2,600 meters as an average. They're all a bit lower, but really good on them. The same speed, 65, 67. This group that they were a bit more on the west, Abel Varga, Stefan Morgenhaler, and others that joining little by little that group, led by the French pilots, Maxim Pinot, Sebas Ospina, Honoran, Pierre-Remy. In the meantime, Roger Eichwacher, 1700 meters, 800 meters above the ground, heading more to the southwest direction. When he has below him about 900 meters, the mountains behind him are now 900 meters, and now that he has the mountains are more basically the direction he is taking. We are approaching the final turn point. So it means after this turn point, they will need to brake again almost 90 degrees towards east for this final leg to go, in which one they will face two canyons, 200 meters in depth each. The first one is narrower, the second one is a bit wider, but finally the terrain will go up until 900 meters in the big plateau where the goal is. Remember, this is a 2,000 kilometer cylinder for the end of the speed section, stopping the time there for all of them, and finally they need to continue inside that cylinder into this 200 meters line to validate the goal. Is yet again is an area in which the road is pretty close. This basically was set that for to make the retrieval as easy and as soon as possible. Again, it's an area where there's no obstacle, nothing, make it very easy for the pilot to find a landing site. Well, apparently is nothing changed. Roger is going to be the first pilot to do the final, to reach the final turn point. However, the group behind me, now suddenly I'm not that sure because the group behind me, they're running like hell here. So maybe they're going to cut him before the turn point. Maxim now leading this massive group. In this group together, there might be around 20 pilots together, and a few more scattered just behind, creating a long line, different position between more to the west, more to the east, but the group ahead, big names. Marcelo also is in there. Maxim heading more to the south at the moment, 65 for him. Roger heading completely different direction, more to the completely southwest direction. Now changing slightly more to the south. 1700 for him, 68, 67 kilometers an hour. It's just round the corner. He has the turn point very close. Jonathan Marin just taking the lead of the group at the moment. Abel Varga closing to him. Jonathan, apparently he is stopping and he's going to turn. Starting on 360 here. Everybody here in that group doing the same, following him, stopping for turning. Climbing. Gagel set. Gagel is set there, all turning there, so it means it's nothing changed here. I can see Roger Asbacher just continuing on his own. 1500 meters for him.
Robert Berg following the same way that Roger Arzwacher, all the pilots doing the same, but they're stopping a bit before that the main group. Big gaggle set on, it's not the head of the race, but the group that is chasing Roger Arzwacher. Roger on the way to reach the final turn point before goal, when he's getting a bit low. Still has enough room to do it if finally he reaches and find anything on the way. I wonder if it's but I'm sure there will be clouds nearby. 1300 for him. He's going to reach the turn point when it's 2 hours and a half since the start point.
Now that the first pilot's arriving at turn point 4, can I just remind viewers at home, if you would like us to ask any questions of any pilots in goal, let us know now so that we can let the guy who's going there find them. Not just for the top 5 or top 10, you can ask us to find other ones. So if you think of any questions that you would like to have asked, I have to get them to the guy in goal, and coverage for mobile phones isn't always great, so let me know, please.
Okay, just Roger Arzwacher arrived the last turn point when it was 2 hours and 27 minutes since the start point. Now we have Lucamon and Maxim Pinot. 2,500 meters for them heading to the last turn point as well. 63 kilometers an hour, and all the group just chasing them. Pierre-Remy, Honoran, all the French team just going with them. Dylan Mansley, Sebas Ospina, Marcelo Sanchez is there as well. Darko, Yuri Vidic, Vladimir Bakani.
Yeah, I mean, Darko Stanikovsky is currently 9th overall. Juraj Vidic is currently 10th. We've got like the whole of the top 10 in that gaggle.
Definitely.
Possibly even the whole of the top 20 overall.
Yeah, I think so. Well, I can see, look at the new direction that Roger Arzwacher is taking, approaching to the goal, how the speed is completely different. Obviously also is pretty low, so he cannot push. He needs to find something. So he is sinking.
Yeah, the forecast, you know, the winds at ground level or low down are not favourable. The most favourable winds, according to the forecast, are at 2,000 metres. That's when the forecast is that you'll find a westerly wind, which would just be, you know, a travelator down the course line. If you're at, close lower down, it's supposed to be south, so you've got a crosswind.
Well, we can see that Roger Berg is now arriving. He is more on the west side compared to the main group. Carlo Bonasic as well in that direction. Meanwhile, that group need to head and continue the glide a bit more to the south, because they are choosing a completely different trajectory compared to the optimized course. But maybe after that they're going to use the south wind that might find here in order to go back to the optimized direction. Roger starting to be in problem. 1,050 meters above the ground for him. We can see he's gliding now faster. Maybe he saw something and trying to reach that clay, that wherever he can find a good lift. is now starting to... Okay, maybe he found something here. Definitely. Okay, he got it. He got something. And it's a good one. Yep, here's a good one there. Look at the drift. It's still here. Apparently it's northwest. Definitely it's northwest. Tight turn for him here, so it is a good one. Now it's passing in no time. It was in around 900 and now it's 960. That's okay. Okay, Roger Aizvaher recovering. Meanwhile, the group continue heading south. Maxim, Sebas, Marcelo leading that group. Meanwhile, there is a breaking on that group. Many pilots in there. They're starting to turn. And we have these three lonely guys, Maxim Pinot and Sebas Spina and Marcelo Sanchez. They're starting to turn again and then going back northeast. Some of them completely to north, like Marcelo Sanchez. Maxim Pinot opening gently more to the northeast. Roger Beck, after arriving the turn point, going towards Roger Aizvaher direction. Apparently here the wind didn't change at all, still coming from northwest, so the drifts remain the same, going more and more away southeast direction.
So they're currently 20 kilometers from goal.
Alright, they're not so far now, but remember, if they're still facing this northwest and they continue drifting that much, definitely they will be flying with this cross, but a little bit of the component of the tailwind. Now, if they fly parallel, but if they need to face, it's not completely crosswind for them. Roger trying to hold altitude there. Apparently now he's not able to stay in the thermal. Robert, which is not so far, and Fabrice, Thibaut is also approaching them. Definitely is much higher. They're both around 1,000 meters, and Fabrice is 2,200 meters above them. So he's able to glide 60 kilometers an hour, and it's not going to stop where they are. Roger Aizvaher is just trying to... just struggling. He is losing those 300 meters above the ground. Obviously he found a thermal, but now apparently he lost it. He's not able to find it again, or it's not good enough, because now he's climbing again, and Robert knows because he is not so far from him, so, but it's not a good one anymore, or apparently it's not. In the meantime, we can see the group of Maxim Pinot. So Maxim is now pushing, followed by Steve Cox and Julien Werth, Matteo Giuliani, Honoran, Marcelo is with them, Sebas Ospina, of course, in that group, Jonathan Marin as well, Inestrosa as well. Nothing really has changed. They only has changed a few positions in that group, but all of them remain the same. Maxim is the make difference. 2,500 meters for him, pushing in the right direction. 60 kilometers per hour for him. Carlo Bonasic, low, only below 300 meters above the ground for him. Roger Aizvaher struggling just trying to find a thermal to go back in the race when it's 1,000 meters below, 300 meters above the ground. Steve Cox next to Maxim Pinot. Maxim has 2,400 meters. Steve Cox has 2,080. 65 kilometers an hour for him. Carlo Bonasic just pushing, but he is pretty low. They're going to overtake him pretty soon. We have Fabrice Thibault, which is at the moment leading the race, approaching the first canyon.
The Swiss have been really, ahead today. They've been really pushing.
Yeah.
Fabrice, Stefan Morgenthaler, Roger Eschbacher, Steve Cox. The whole Swiss team
Definitely.
is.
Yeah. Today they're doing a very good roll. Look at the speed; it's really good. 74. No, definitely they're pushing hard today.
Mhm.
Fabrice going in the right direction, trying to compensate that north-west wind. It's heading gently to the northeast, so whatever the thermal they find, or he might find, because definitely he's going to need at least one more just to go to goal. But if he finds anyone, the one that he needs to arrive goal, the drift is going to help him. Maxim, super solid, just pushing in this group. 70 as well for him, 2,100 meters. That allows him to keep pushing and not to be worried, because even Fabrice from that distance is a reference. That is far, but not that far. Steve Cox, just appearing on the right of Maxim. A bit lower. They're going to fly on top of Pozalcon village. Sometimes, quite often, yes, the village itself is a good thermal source. So let's see what happened there. Immediately after, when they pass this village, they will find the first canyon.
Fabrice has started turning.
Fabrice started to turn.
Yeah, on the edge of the village.
All right.
I don't know if there's an industrial area there or.
All right, let's have a look at kind of terrain they have.
It looks. There's a lot of space between those buildings.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's abandoned it.
Still. Okay, for a while he was climbing, doing nothing, but now heading completely southeast. Turning again. Well, now not really. Correcting the course, so apparently he's going to push.
The live tracking is saying that Roger Eschbacher has landed. I'll try and check that out.
All right, let's have a look. Well, he was quite. Yeah, okay, I can see him. Yeah, Roger Eschbacher has landed. Oh, that is not good because we're doing a really good roll today.
I know.
Okay.
It's always sad when somebody does such a big push and it doesn't work out for them and they don't get the low save. They've been such a hero.
Yeah, definitely. But now we are just round the corner. Fabrice Thibault just pushing, leading the race. 1,570 meters for him, arriving to the first canyon. He is 78 kilometers an hour, so he's pushing really hard. Maxim Pinot, 1,800 for him, also 70 kilometers an hour for him. And all the group, Steve Cox, Julian Wirth, Jas Goski, Honorant, Pierre-Emile, Lucaman, Marcelo Sanchez, Jason Savov is in this group. So today definitely Jason Savov that decided, I'm going to change my mind, I'm going to change my tactic.
But the other one in that gaggle is Christoph Dunkel. He's the other scoring pilot for Switzerland.
All right.
So they've got Stefan Morgenthaler, Steve Cox and Christoph Dunkel at the front.
Okay.
So all three scoring pilots at the front is job well done.
All right, good news for Switzerland group. Okay, we have Jason Savot. Jad again abandoned the group and going on his own, but not really finding anything apparently that is worth it. He's climbing, so we'll see, because he's also low. Maxim creating now a different path in the canyon. Fabrizio about in the meantime going more to the north. They have 300 meters different in height between Fabrice and Maxime Pinot. Fabrice pushing 675, 76, 77 kilometers per hour for him. Completely different trajectory. Now it's gently turning more to the east. Maxim, same direction. Nothing change at all. So now it's slowed down a bit. 52. Okay, let's have a look at the Vario. Getting flatter, but it's not a lift. It's just maybe just better line. Now 55, 56 kilometers an hour for him. 1290 meters for Fabrice Thubaud, also slowing down in those 55 kilometers an hour. Not so far from goal now, not so far. Ideally, to save, I don't know, because they really need a lift in order just to stop the clock and to validate the goal.
Talking of teams and who's bringing their team on, the German team at the moment is not even in the top 5 of the nations, but they've got all 3 scoring pilots in that first gaggle.
All right.
Daniel Turkus, Ferdi Vogel and Ernesto Nostrosa, all 3 of them are at the front.
Perfect.
So they're, like the Swiss, they're bringing their scoring team forward today. There's Daniel Turkus, and we've just seen his name pop up.
Well, they're creating a gaggle. They stopped to turn here, so that is the thing. That is hopefully that is the final thermal they're going to do today. Maxim, in the meantime, is completely on his own in the route for the goal. Fabrice Thubaud also is turning and climbing. Look at the drift. Okay, for the first time, we can see how the wind here is different. It's drifting northeast, so definitely now they have in that part of the race southwest. Maxime Pinot on its own, 300 meters above the ground. 67. The gaggle behind him, still turning or pushing. They are still deciding what to do when they are around very close to 1,000, some pilots 2,000 meters. I don't know if that enough, but pretty much it is. I don't think they need much more. In fact, a few pilots that they're going now.
Can I just correct myself, because Ferdinand Vogel isn't one of their scoring pilots. That's Philipp Hack.
Okay.
And he's a little bit further back. But they've got Ernesto and Daniel Turkus.
Maxime Pinot stopping and turning. Maxime Pinot turning. And it's a good one. It is a good one. And he is in the right position, because now the wind now is going to take him into it's southwest. It's going to drift into the right direction. Okay, it's a good one. Yep, it's a good one. He's going to stay. Basically, he's not drifting. The group, the immediate reaction is going towards him. All of them trying to reach where Maxime Pinot is. They have quite a difference. So they're going, I'm guessing they're going to arrive where he is at the same height, because they're flying higher. There's a difference between 400 meters or so between them. So by the time they will be reaching Maxime, there will be similar highs. In the meantime, we have Fabrice Thubaud with his heading. Wow, it's going really, really away. drifting a lot with the southwest wind. Well, exactly, southwest also for Maxim Pinot. When he is reaching 1500 meters, all the group approaching it when they are 17 or also 1800 meters. I wonder if Maxim is going to react and not stopping in the thermal by the time the group will be arriving in this position, because they are not so far, but maybe it's not enough because they need to pass another canyon, all with Maxim Pinot.
Well, the wind is forecast to be 13 kilometers an hour south at 1500 meters, but it's clearly southwest.
Yeah, completely. It's very clear. And the group is stopping, and the group is also turning with him.
Here's the vultures pouncing.
There you go. Yep. And they reached him when to the thermal higher than Maxim Pinot. So now the thing becomes really interesting, because now anyone can decide to go for this final attack. Marcelo also climbing. Everybody rising there is nice gaggle. I wonder who is going to do the first move here, and how high. But this is the important thing, because this is the last thermal. Nobody's going for another one. Fabrice in the meantime on his own, completely heading northeast, almost 1900 for him. More pilot joining the gaggle. Nuno Virgilio, Jacek Korski, 1800 for few pilots already. Okay, that's going to be really interesting. Drifting in the right direction, passing 1830 meters a few. That's going to be really interesting to see who is going to start the final attack. This is the last thermal. They're going to use no more thermals anymore. At the moment, everybody holding. Everybody holding. Almost 1900.
And Fabrice Thibault is still up there on his own, valiantly trying to climb. I mean, he's got to climb. He's not massively strong. I think the gaggle will work better together.
But just notice how much they're drifting more north.
Yeah,
So that is pretty clear. But even more south, this is what what expected here. You know, more south, not only southwest. So we can see clear here how the wind is coming more from the south. All right, still climbing. We're approaching to 2,000 meters now. Nobody is pushing at the moment. I think they're going to use this drift as much as they can. They're going to help them towards the right direction for goal.
And previous task winner Nuno Virgilio is in there with them. Team Austria seem to be very well represented, as well as Team Slovenia. Juraj Vidic and Tilen Sengler are I think going for the break, aren't they?
Tilen is attacking.
Tilen and Juraj, both in the Slovenian team. I thought I saw Juraj with him. Maybe it's just Tilen now, but Tilen's going for the break.
Yep. Tilen just made the move, and then he's going at 66 kilometers an hour and accelerating for this final attack. It's not the highest, just saying. He left the group when he was not even 1800. Lukaman, Martin Perth, and many others are reacting, passing 2,000 meters, or others in 1,900 meters. On Maxim Pinot. Everybody just left the thermal when they were basically completely north. So definitely the wind on the final part of the thermal was coming, and the wind was coming completely south. So let's see how it goes for this final attack. Tilen Sengler just drifting gently on this final glide, slightly to the south. east, but it is compared to the group, it's a bit slower. Lukaman, Martin Peth, Jacek Koski spreading and covering much more terrain. Marco Busetta changing completely direction because he is low. He's only 230 meters above the ground, so he definitely needs something. Jacek, Martin Peth, Lugaman, Maxim Pinot, Julian Wirth. This group is they're going to hold. I don't think they're going to take the line that Till and Segler is taking. They are very close to the last canyon. Exactly, they are correcting more to the north using the wind. They're going to the north. Meanwhile, Till and Segler is holding this direction that is taking him away from the optimized direction. Lukaman is the one that is also chasing Till and Segler. The group apparently is correcting slightly that direction, but they are closer to the optimized direction. Nobody now is beyond 1700. Only a few pilots I can see, but they are going to be below that pretty soon. Marcelo Sanchez in this group as well. Sebas Ospina. Spike is in there as well. Till and Segler going more to the south. 400 meters for him. Lukaman 560 meters above the ground. All the groups heading after Till and Segler. I wonder if just clouds what they're spotting. Nobody knows. We don't have this kind of information at the moment. Till and Segler slowing down. Slowing down, he is climbing. He is climbing here. That's what they saw on Till and Segler. Lukaman also slowing down. Climbing, turning. Lukaman turning. Till and Segler on his own. He apparently won't stop. The group behind Lukaman arriving to this position, and some of them, all of them stopping and turning.
If you look slightly to the north, you'll see that Fabrice is on the go again. He's
excellent.
at
Yes,
1750 meters and pushing, and he's making ground.
66 kilometers an hour for him. Well done, Fabrice. So now he's heading on his own, completely alone to goal. Also, Till and Segler is stopping now when he has 1400 and climbing. There you go. Well, okay, that's going to be really interesting. We need to keep an eye on all of them here because maybe we don't have a surprise here. Okay, reaction on the group. They're going to catch Till and Segler and that lift that Till has. Fabrice Thibault just approaching on his own, holding more than 1560, almost 70 kilometers an hour. This is Fabrice's move.
But he's crossed the top of the first canyon, hasn't he? And
Yep.
just needs to cross the second one.
Yeah, he's doing at the moment, basically.
Yep.
And the group also going and passing Los Laneros, which is basically at the bottom of that canyon. They're pretty close. Okay, we need to keep it really close here. Who is going to ride first? Because Fabrice has a good line, but also have the rest of the group, which is led by Maxim Pinot and Daniel Tirkas. Darko is just on this third position of the group, but I have the feeling that the group is going to make it first, because the wind is slightly better for them. Very close now, all of them with a good altitude because they have more than 800 meters. Well, basically they are at the overflying the bottom of the deepest part of the canyon. Remember, after that, the terrain goes 200 meters in high, which makes the plateau to be 950 meters. That's the final. The goal is there. Okay. Conversion between Fabrice Thibaut and the group. They are starting in this conversion trajectory. When the group is correct in the direction, it's going completely towards the goal, parallel to the optimized line. Fabrice slightly behind the head of the group. Maxim Pinot, Daniel Tirkas taking the lead of the race. Is going to be a bit difficult just to spot where Fabrice and the rest of the group is, just to see who's going to make it first. Well, definitely Fabrice is not going to make it first, I'm pretty sure. But I would like to keep an eye on him to see. No, okay. No, I think I'm going to focus much more on the group because they are arriving now.
I'll watch Fabrice.
Okay,
if
I
there's
will
any
focus
news
on that
from
because Daniel
north,
Tirkas
I'll
is arriving first. Maxim Pinot behind. Then we have Honoran and Darko. And on the 5th position, we have Joachim Oberhauser. There we have Daniel first, unless there's going to be a moment reaction. Maxim. Okay, we have nothing is changing. Daniel. Honoran. Oh, come on. Okay, I think it was Joachim Oberhauser third and Maxime fourth, and and Darko on the 5th position. And now a lot of pilots arriving. That's slowing down. Still, a bit slow. 200 meters above the ground. Now they're going to try to validate. Marcelo just made it. Julian Verde as well. And now, after the first almost 20 pilots, with Nuno Virgilio and Federico Braun Manzone closing that group, is when Fabrice Thibaut is going to make it as well in goal. Remember, they need to still glide in now with no pressure, with no speed. The only thing that they have to do at the moment is just to glide towards goal to validate the goal. So a few, when we'll see with this altitude that they have, 200 meters above the ground, if it should be enough for them, because the wind also is helping. Remember that definitely they have now more than 15 kilometers an hour of wind pushing between south-southwest, so that should be okay for them to validate the goal.
I'm just looking at the unofficial live scoring, but there's a problem with Daniel Tirkas' tracker because he's not appearing on it, and obviously he crossed in, we think, first.
Okay.
So don't believe everything you see on the internet.
All right, so let's wait a minute until we have any update on the ranking, but going to start validating those first pilots. This goal of today, after 127 kilometers task with it was a race to goal with 4 turn points. There were mainly one that was more into the northwest direction, and the rest of the main body of the race was between northeast and mainly east, with the final legs going toward another leg going towards south, and the final leg against to east. And now arriving this goal, and all of them, this first group, they're going to validate the goal. They're doing it right now in this moment as I speak. The first one was Maxime Pinot. No, correct.
Because Daniel Tirkas is not on that list. There's something wrong with the tracker.
Okay,
we need to wait until.
But it was around 3 hours. 2 hours.
I think it was nearly exactly 3 hours.
Yeah.
Can I just say this is your final chance to ask some questions of the pilots in goal. We'll certainly be asking Roger Eschbacher. Well, he's not in goal, so but we'll see if we can get hold of him. If not this evening, then tomorrow. But we've got a few people to ask about their valiant efforts. French captain for starters, or French team leader. And so, yeah, if you've got any questions, send them now so that we can get them to our man in goal, Rafa.
Well, we can see Steve Cox arriving in that moment. Stefan Morgenhaler is also on the way with a very good high. And
Team Italy is going to get a lot of their guys in.
Yep.
If Marco Busetta got his low save, because you remember he was very low, that means that they've got their 3 scoring pilots in. If Jose Molik comes in as well, Jose Molik, then that means that all of Team Slovenia are in the end of speed section. Team Britain looks like they've done okay as well. They had Sebas and Dylan Mansley I saw in.
Yep.
I'm just looking for their other scoring pilot, which is Martin Long. I'm not sure. I didn't.
Okay, we have an update on Dylan Segler already, so we can try to guess. At the moment, we have 30 pilot easily. Just confirm the goal, and there will be much more in no time because more and more are arriving. Alright, so I think that maybe that could be.
Well, I've just seen the final scoring pilot from Switzerland has just arrived in goal.
Okay.
So all of Team Switzerland that are scoring are Stefan Morgenthaler is just coming at the end of speed section.
Stopping now, and also with a lot of altitude.
Well, but it's interesting that Christoph Dunkel managed to overtake him because he was further behind.
Yep.
Lode Spruit, scoring pilot for Belgium's coming in. Hedi Eichholzer, who was at the front of the race for quite a while, from Austria. Michael Sommerauner, Zomi, he's Team Austria, so they're doing pretty well. I interviewed Jacob Butterworth this morning, the 22-year-old pilot from Britain who's had a bit of a disappointing competition so far, and I said that I really hoped that he'd get to goal today, and he thankfully listened to me. I'm only kidding. No, I'm really pleased for him. You know, he's a young pilot, and for him to get to gold is great. He's really enjoying flying here as well, so hopefully he'll have an even bigger smile on his face. Francisco Reina coming into the end of speed section. Herne Sim from Slovenia. He's obviously going to have a good day today. Who else?
Maleki.
Yeah, well, Pepe Malecki wasn't having a great competition either, so for a lot of people who've not had the best of comps, today seems to be the day that it's coming together for them. So let's hope that the second half of the competition really does bring them lots of joy.
Yep. Well, I think let's have a look roughly. Well, we have 32 pilots just for the last update, about more and more and more are coming, so I'm sure in no time we'll have 40 or 50. We're gonna zoom out to see because we can see this super long scarred tail of pilot that is still need to also make it not only in turn point number 4 but also in turn point number 3. It's going to take a while, or let's see how far they can make it. So maybe for us that's going to be
yeah, but I mean obviously follow the live tracking to see how everybody else at the tail end of the race gets going. I've just seen Yasin Savov. It looks like he's going to make it in as well, so that's great news. Carlos Lopez from Portugal. So there's lots of names still coming into the end of speed section. But there's a long race to go. If you want to keep following it, look at the live tracking. We are now going to try and get some questions to our man in goal. mobile coverage is very bad there. Whether we'll manage to get the videos to you, we'll try our best. We're back at 8 o'clock this evening for the summary and hopefully some goal videos. We'll do our absolute best for you. If not, check tomorrow morning what time the transmission will start. We will have approximately an hour's worth of footage for you before the live coverage starts, and we'll be broadcasting live half an hour before race start. But tune in beforehand and tune in to us this evening at 8 o'clock.
Okay, we hope to see you later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Bye for now.
Ya estamos en el Ecuador de este 17º Campeonato de Europa de parapente y bueno, la quinta manga. Una manga que hemos hecho más corta que otras veces, 73 kilómetros. Debido a las condiciones meteorológicas la hemos lanzado bastante tarde, el start point, la salida de la carrera ha sido a las 4 menos cuarto, que no es muy normal. Pero bueno, nos ha salido la manga bien, los pilotos se han aterrizado, han hecho la manga completa, tardando algo más de 1 hora y media. Y llegando también muchísimos pilotos a gol, creo que ha sido un buen día finalmente y otra vez tenemos un montón de pilotos contentos por aquí. Mañana día de descanso, que ya nos toca, porque es obligatorio por las normas, ya nos toca, necesitamos este día de descanso y luego nos quedan otra vez otras 5 posibles mangas que la meteorología parece que nos va a acompañar y bueno, a ver si seguimos triunfando en este campeonato que está saliendo muy bien, la verdad.
Eh bien, 5e manche, pas des moindres, c'était difficile. C'était un petit peu stable, on n'est pas monté très haut. Et gros point dur à la dernière balise où on est très bas, surtout moi. J'ai personne sous mes pieds et ouais, un petit peu chaud, mais ça remonte et ça arrive au goal. Donc voilà, je prends quand même 8 minutes je crois par max, mais c'est pas grave, c'est cool d'être au goal et il en reste encore un petit peu. Donc on verra pour la suite, mais c'est cool d'être ici.
Yeah, we had the shortest task with a late start because the conditions were a bit like weak today, weaker than the other days. And but it was an interesting one with a lot of tactic in the groups. And at some point with Francis, we were able to break from the group a bit because we pushed a bit further, caught a good thermal. And from this, we kept our margin with the group, and we were able to push it until the goal. So it was nice.
Here we go now.
Hello, I'm Petra from Czech, flying on the ENC team gliders. And today, at the beginning of the task, I had before the start, I had feeling it will be a stable day. I was a little bit worried about the dust from Sahara, which came here, that the conditions will be really difficult. Then when I took off, I saw it's not that bad, and then I decided just to stay high. And at the end, it was a good decision, I think, because down was sometimes a little bit windy. But once you stayed high, it was really a nice task, and I really like the landscape here. It's a beautiful country, so yeah, I had a nice day and beautiful flight. Thank you.
Bueno, pues nada, hoy ha sido la quinta manga, justo antes del día de descanso. Ya quizá el típico día ya de Pegalajar, condiciones más pobres, techos bajos, viento, a lo que no he acostumbrado siempre, ¿no? A estos días anteriores que parecía, como decía hoy un compañero, Irán esto. Y nada, una carrera rápida con tramos viento de cola o viento de lado, nunca viento en cara. Y nada, el techo bajo, el grupo se tiró, yo me quedé con una térmica buena y ya conseguí la posición de control del grupo y ya he ido siempre por arriba. Y en la última parte he arriesgado un par de térmicas, han salido bien, he pillado la última al primero y me pude tirar primero y nada. He llegado al primero, a ver los leading points lo que dicen, pero bueno, seguimos ahí, pues el equipo fatal, pues han pinchado los otros dos que puntúan, pero bueno, seguiremos luchando por las individuales y por lo que venga.
Good evening and welcome back to this daily summary from day 6 in this European Paragliding Championship.
Bienvenidos al sexto día de los campeonatos europeos en Pegalajar.
So Judith, can you give us...
Well, after our rest day yesterday, we've come back. We've been broadcasting all afternoon. We spent the morning interviewing pilots from lots of different countries. We decided we would like to interview everybody who's here that will allow us to interview them. So we interviewed people from Bosnia, Herzegovina, Estonia, Turkey, all sorts of nations. So it was really interesting to get some different perspectives. And then this afternoon we did our live broadcast with our analysis of the task and what happened, and we'll tell you all about that in a few minutes. So today was task 6. We'd done 5 tasks before the rest day, and the way the forecast's looking, we've got 5 tasks to go. Well, now 4, because we did the 6th one today. The tasks are getting longer and bigger, and if it continues like this, we will have 10 tasks and we will fly 1,000 kilometers in total, which is incredible. For a competition. Okay, so Javi, can you give us a quick recap of Sunday, which was the last task day?
Yes, sure. Well, to start with, it was really fast task, less than 2 hours. Just come on and have commenting that Fran was the first one arriving on the first turn point, but Maxim basically won the task because the leading point. The last arriving to goal in an incredible last leg. It was really nice to see how much he was pushing, but finally, because the leading point all along the race, Maxim made it first in the classification. So the order into goal, as he said, was Fran Reina, Maxime Pinot, Honoran, Steve Cox, and he was a world champion in 2005. and well, multiple also it was also multiple Swiss champion, and also was the developer of the X Alps. And also, just to finish, there were a lot of pilots that made it into the end of the end of the speed section. However, they did not make it into the to validate the goal. So the overall results we have.
So overall results for Task 5 were Maxim Pinot from France, Honorant Amand from France, Sebas Ospina from Great Britain, Tilen Seglar from Slovenia, and Ferdi Pogel from Germany. In the women's classification for that task, it was Constance Mettetal. She's won all of the tasks so far. Second was Ellie Egger from Austria, and third Petra Sivova. So that gave us a nation ranking after Task 5 of first France, second Great Britain, third Slovenia, fourth Austria, and 5 Czechia. So that was the ranking going into Task 6 this morning. So what was the task?
Well, the task today was again more than 100 kilometers, was 127 kilometers. Very interesting because there was 4 turn points, and then after they were moving from the northwest a bit on the north side from takeoff, they were heading mostly to the northeast, turn point after turn point, and finally heading to the south when they were reaching Sierra de Cazorla, with a final turn point that took them into the east for final to the goal. And it was really interesting to see how they were flying. I think finally they found. We don't really know. We would like to see about those clouds, and if they reach finally that's a conversion that we were talking. That you will tell us a bit later, expected in this forecast. I would like to say that there were no altitude limits for today, so they were able to reach whatever they gave us today. Again, this conversion that was expected, but we're not sure because this guy they don't go as much as they can when they reach any thermal. They always push before that happened. There was finally south or southwest for sure at the goal, and you are more or less around 20 kilometers of wind. They needed to do some kind of traffic management as well, with this on road, because approaching on the goal, those canyons that they needed to approach. Also, I'm sure it was really interesting to see because there were 200 meters in depth, and the first one was really, narrow, but the other one it was more spread. So definitely was something really beautiful to see from the air, because that's part of the race, especially the last one. That area with Sierra de Segura is next level. How beautiful it was. And also on the sad part especially for Spain, is 2 pilots today. They couldn't fly just because they got sick because of virus or gastroenteritis virus. So they were really sick, and that was it for. They couldn't, but we hopefully, and they will recover fast enough, but tomorrow they will be able to fly.
Yeah, so today's weather forecast for this task, which, bearing in mind, they had to go northwest, and then northeast, and then due west, and then due south, and then due east. No, I didn't mean to say west, I meant to say east. East, south, and then east. So they started at 3 when the forecast was 13 kilometers northwest at surface, and also northwest at altitude. By 4 o'clock it was supposed to be the same, but going southwest at altitude. And then that pretty much continued until 6 o'clock, when they were expected to get to goal, when it was southerly at surface and westerly at altitude. Now the altitude, because it was unlimited, thermal strength was forecast to be about 3.5. I think we saw that in some of the thermals. But cloud base was supposed to be 3,000 to 3,500. Well, we've no idea if that was ever reached, because they never bothered to go that high. No. They'd get to, 2,000 and they just go. There was quite a lot of pushing today, and people going for it, and once one goes for it, inevitably a gaggle follows. So we only saw them going up to 2,000. And there were clouds on the course line at the end. We'll have to find out from the pilots if they found the magical convergence, but I didn't actually see that many lifty lines at the end. They just blasted into the goal, and just went for it. So there wasn't really much need to hang about for any convergence, and nobody was.
If that just happened, we don't really know.
Well, we saw more lift on the final glide on Sunday for Fran, didn't we, than we did today?
Yeah, definitely.
So, we'll ask tomorrow. So, what happened?
Well, just from the start, I mean, after the start point, we just saw that they didn't want to, start running just from the start. I mean, they were holding kind of a group. But basically, I mean, the first approach to go, we saw Stefan Morgenthaler making the move, when then basically at the very end, Maxim managed to reach first that waypoint, and more or less I could say we will see, but Maxim was the controller. I mean, he was the manager of the task most of the time, knowing where he wanted to be, pushing a bit, earning those leading points. Basically, I think on the turn point number 2, also there was a massive gargle just creating there before they continue. Jason today, there was a very difficult fly for him, but so far we were seeing and his style. Even though he was pushing, there was a moment where he found a moment to push. There was a moment when he decided, okay, no, I'm going to put myself on the group, and I'm going to fly. Together. When the group caught him, basically he stayed together, and he made that goal today for Sampo. There was a moment when the distance between the head of the race and the last pilot that was so huge. There were 23 kilometers in between. That is quite a difference.
It was amazing how spread out the race got today. I mean, that's the most spread out we've seen it.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got the top 20, top 30 guys in the overall classification seem to always be in the front gaggle with a few other people. But today, I mean, it was just massively spread out. And there was distinct gaggles chasing the main gaggle. And at one point, the first gaggle actually stopped to top up. And the second gaggle nearly caught them, but then they had to top up as well and didn't quite get there.
Yeah.
So...
This is the never-ending chasing, because when you're almost there and they start leaving, come on, and I need to spend my time. So they're always one thermal behind. Or that is what happened. Well, on the net, we continue with the task on the top turn point 3. Stefan Morgenthaler and Dylan Segler and Heli H. Holzer. They were, very loud.
Well, they were sort of battling out to get to that turn point first. They broke free as a group, and at one point Heli Eichholzer was ahead, and then Stefan Morgenthaler, but in the end Dylan Segler won the race to get to turn point 3 at the first, and the other people caught up to the 3 of them, and as they got the turn point, Roger Eschbacher from Switzerland was close to Stefan Morgenthaler, and he just went for it. And at one point I was thinking, I wonder if this is a team tactic.
No.
Because Stefan is a Swiss scoring pilot and Roger isn't, and I thought, are they sending him ahead to mark what's happening next for Stefan? But I've changed my mind on that, because he just went and went and went and went, and he got to the turn point, turn point 4, I mean, kilometers before anybody else, took it, and then started flying back towards the optimum line, and flew himself into the ground.
Yeah.
But it was a heroic effort. Amazing to watch.
Yeah, it was really nice to see. Also, Rui, there was a moment, and there was a moment that we lost contact with him when apparently he was landed, but we saw also we didn't see that no more data from him, no more tracking. I think it was his father, actually, on the YouTube channel who confirmed, no worries, Rui is okay.
Yeah.
That was also really cool.
So the next big breakaway, which was like amazing to watch, was another Swiss pilot. Swiss team today featured quite heavily. Fabrice Thibault, the French team leader, he went north and went it alone.
Completely.
Totally. And he was really blasting along.
Yeah.
And until Maxim must
Yeah.
have caught sight of him, Maxim went for it. They had to stop for a moment, but they decided not to bother. And then Fabrice had to stop to top
Yeah.
up, and that's when they overtook him. And Fabrice came in much later than the front gaggle. But, and then what happened was it became a battle royale between Maxim and Daniel Turcos of Germany. And who won the battle?
Well, who do you think won?
Yeah, but who won the battle to get first to goal?
Okay, Daniel made it first, but yet again, because Maxim was played his card so nicely, because those leading points, well, Maxim took it, and unofficially, you still need to yet to be confirmed.
Yeah. So unofficial results that we've seen from the scoring is Maxime Pinot first, ahead of Honorin Armand, Joachim Oberhauser from Italy, Thielen Segler from Slovenia, and Sebas Ospina from Britain. And in the women, unconfirmed results are Constance Mettetal first, Eliega from Austria second, and Veronika Stampfel from Slovenia third. We keep having a different third-placed woman, so it's really interesting. Well, it'd be really interesting to see who's third in the end. So official results will be released about 9 o'clock this evening. One of the features of today was that a lot of national teams got their whole scoring team in goal. So I think that the nation results, well, France will still be number one tomorrow, that's for sure, but other nation teams might change tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see those results.
And now I think, well, we were also, as long as we were talking here, we're gonna have some images from goal today. There will be more videos that will be arriving. If we're not able to shoot them everything today, definitely we will show them tomorrow.
Yep.
And remember that we're going to start the transmission half an hour before the broadcasting live, half an hour before the start point. But before that, definitely we'll have much more things that to show all to you. Well,
yeah, if you check the YouTube XCMag page, we will announce what time we'll start transmission, which will be about an hour before the live transmission, which is always half an hour before race start. So if we start at 3, we'll be transmitting live at 2:30, plus an hour beforehand, but it'll be announced there. So please follow us tomorrow with the action. You'll have a lot more interviews with pilots, more analysis, and a summary in the evening. But for now, have a lovely evening.
Until tomorrow, have a good night.
Hey!
Hay que fijarse si uno entra bajo. Carlos, está atento por si alguien entra muy bajo. No sé, hay que mirar en internet. Seb, ¿qué tal? Enhorabuena.
Gracias.
Buena manga.
Muy lindo vuelo.
I was in the last position. I was blowing the group.
Finally, you first go there.
I'm 10 seconds behind.
Yeah, good.
How was it? Yeah?
Muy bueno. Again.
Again. One more or one less. It depends.
Yeah.
The point of view, no?
It's really good.
Yeah?
That bridge over there is beautiful.
Yes. That was one of the reasons to fly here.
With deers jumping,
Yes.
very scenic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Deers and wild goat jumping.
Nice, nice. Very nice. Thank you.
Have to do it. Okay. Congratulations.
So finally, as expected, during the
No convergence.
no convergence. Again, no clouds. The clouds were far from here.
Yeah. The convergence is playing us jokes, huh?
Yes. Anyway, we don't need the convergence.
No, we don't need it. Exactly. It's better like that. We are pushing less.
Yes.
But still, we were pushing.
So finally, it was nice.
The convergence.
Let's see the convergence and all pilots landing now. Convergence is far from here, more to the north.
But
All pilots packing at the shadow. You survive!
Yeah, just for the gazpacho. Without the gazpacho, no point. Why come here?
You see like an advertisement of gazpacho. Gazpacho.
For better flying.